And what others bring to the table beyond what you grow and whatnot? Are there other boards, whether provincial, locally, or federally, that you sit on as well?
Okay, I'll go first. I sit on the AFO as a director at Asparagus Farmers of Ontario. Would love Norfolk and the AAB in protecting our industry.
Thank you. Sandy? Oh.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. No, not basically with agriculture. Raised my children and worked on the farm. Was on the board of the community center, health center in Delhi when it was running. Most of my family have been on boards, but somebody has to stay home and do the work. So that was my position.
That's fair. Thank you. Mr. Ryder.
Yeah. Currently, I'm not taking part in any boards. Previous to this, kind of before we had children, I was involved chairing the asparagus growers. I've chaired the fresh vegetable growers of Ontario. I've sat on the executive of the Ontario Fruit and Vegetable Growers in Guelph, and I've been on a lot of subcommittees over finances and also labor issues when I was on the Ontario Fruit and Vegetable Growers. And then I could say once we went into expansion mode and also family expansion mode, I've stepped away, and now this is the first board in probably close to 6 years that I'm going to take part in.
Good deal. Well, thank you. Happy to have you all here. And I think that's key, is just how diversified our Ag Advisory Board is with different departments, different things we bring to the table in different boards. Okay, going forward, can I get an approval of the agenda? Jacob, thanks for sending everything out, and any changes to the agenda if need be. Sorry, Hayden, I see your hand up, sir. No, Hayden? Okay. Can I get an approval to the agenda or any changes? Is that a approval, Hayden? Councillor Columbus, and seconded by Ann Vermeersch.
Yeah. Sorry, Dusty, I had my mute on.
Okay.
Anita Buhner, I see she's on now, but she just sent just to say she was going to be late. She's having some internet problems, so I'm not too sure if she's engaging with us right now, but she just wanted to let us know that she is trying to get on.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you. Hayden, I'm on my phone now. I'm going to try and get back onto my laptop. I've restarted things, so hopefully I am listening and I can see you, but I'm going to try and join in a little further with my laptop in a minute.
Thank you, Anita. Perfect, and thanks, Hayden. Moving on, disclosure of pecuniary interest. Does anyone have any issues regarding the agenda forward? Okay. Seeing none.
Dusty?
Yes, sir.
I think we forgot to vote on approval of the agenda.
I believe we, okay. I thought I saw your hand up in Ann's, but if we can have a vote.
I moved it, and somebody, but we didn't vote.
Perfect. Can we get a vote for the approval of the agenda? I'm a little rusty. Okay. Jason Ryan.
So Dusty, just a question again. How are we voting? Are we only indicating if we oppose?
If you, I think that's the easiest. I think that's what's easiest for internet and everything, is that if you oppose, let it be known. If that's kosher, that we can just assume silence as an approval, if that works. Okay, so it'll be the time if anyone has any issues or opposed to the agenda. Okay. Seeing none. So moved. I'm going to jump into now item number 4, presentations. If I could queue up. Yes.
We should probably do our chair appointment before we do anything else.
Do it now? Okay,
Yeah,
sounds
that's
good.
probably the best course of action.
Okay. Right, so jumping to item 6A, chair appointment. Jacob, can you lead this one?
Yes, absolutely. So for those that don't know, for every board, we select a chair for the year. So it's a fairly straightforward process. Someone can nominate another member of the group, and then the group can vote at that point. And we can also have different nominations and do a public vote as well. So I'll open up the floor to nominations. Councillor Columbus.
I would move that Dusty Zamanek continue on as chair of the AAB.
Dusty, would you accept the nomination?
I do so accept.
Okay, I think I saw Hayden's hand up.
Yeah, I'd second that if you need a seconder.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Going once, going twice? Are all in favor of Dusty Zamanek remaining as chair of the AAB? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Dusty, once again, you would accept the role?
I do.
You're the man.
All right.
I hereby
Thank you.
declare you chair of the AAB once again.
All right. Feel like I'm honored. Thank you, Councillor Columbus and Hayden and everyone else for trusting me. And I'm looking forward to doing this together.
You feel like you were starting a sentence there. You feel like?
I feel like honestly, I'm excited to go through this cycle again. Both this meeting cycle, this board cycle with everyone here, and to present the challenges ahead and to face it head on. I learned a lot in my last appointment and last term as chair, and I hope to take those experiences and be both a better chair for the industry and be a sound chair for the industry and for everyone that we work with, and for specifically our council. And a wise man that goes by the name of Hayden Dooney, I learned a lot from about sharing the workload, and I will try even harder this year to continue leaning on us all to make sure we get as much done this year. So thank you. Looking
Dusty?
forward to trudging forward. Yes, sir.
Should we should probably elect a vice chair as well.
Perfect.
Okay.
If I can
I'll
leave that
let
to
you do that because you're the chair.
Okay. So so do I take nominations, Jacob, or do I elect? Can I get a nomination for a vice chair? I see Anita's hand up.
I nominate Hayden Dooney.
I'll second that.
Okay. I see Jason's writer's hand up.
It was just a second that's all that was for.
Okay, thank you. Hayden, you've been nominated. Do you approve of the nomination of being the vice chair for the next term?
Yeah, I do, but I'd also note that, Dusty, I'm not that sensitive, and I'd welcome somebody else to come to the table as well. If they so wish to choose to take the position of vice chair for the next season, I would welcome that, supported, and still provide just the same amount of support as what I do currently to yourself and to others on the Ag Advisory Board. So if there's anybody else that wishes to fill the position of vice chair, I would say, hey, let's see if there's anybody else around the table.
It's actually really fun. You get YouTube notifications when council's talking, and you just watch them, and then afterwards you just talk with the vice chair. It's a really good time. Going once, going twice. Hayden, do you accept after the precursor? Do you accept as the vice chair?
All good. Thanks.
Thank you, Hayden, for your service, and thank you everyone else for being a part of this board. Jacob, how are we looking, sir?
You're now all good. We've got that cleaned up. We can proceed with our regular meeting agenda.
Thank you, sir. Okay. If I could, I'm going to jump to item number 4, presentations. If I could call up Keys and Hetty Maillard to give your presentation. I will remind you that your presentation we are maxed out at 15 minutes. Thank you for sending forward your presentation. It has been circulated with everyone on the board and everyone that's present here. So we've given a look over. Afterwards, if there's any questions or whatnot, the floor will be open for the members of the board and beyond, for those attendees here to ask questions and comments and whatnot. And if you are live, can we just check if your volume's working? Keys and Hetty, are you there? Okay. Are they still online in the meeting?
I believe they are. I'm not able to unmute them, so they'll have to hit whatever number they were prompted to unmute themselves.
Okay. All right. Well, if while they resolve that, is it all right if I get an approval of the meeting minutes while they unmute? Is that all right, Jacob?
Yes, I believe we can kind of carry on until they're ready to present.
Okay. If you can hear us, Keys and Hetty, whenever you can unmute, or if you're having issues, please send us an email or send me an email and we can try to get that resolved. Item number 5, approval of the meeting minutes from the December 11th, 2020 meeting, which was our last meeting since we joined. Is there any points of interest or conversation from the last meeting? Hayden?
Yeah, Dusty, just one point of clarification there. So we're talking about the December the 11th, 2020 meeting minutes. And if we go down to the motion number 1, which was on the carbon taxes, I think we might want to do some clarification there just to make sure it's in line with what the actual, what we actually discussed at the meeting. And this is something that I picked up after the fact, after some discussions at council there. So basically the last part of the motion, well, I'll read it out in full, that the Ag Advisory Board sent a letter to Norfolk County Council requesting an exemption from carbon tax charges for both Norfolk County and Canadian farmers for the 2021 season. This letter will be sent, among other officials, to the Federal Minister of Agriculture and Minister of Environment. We just need to put something in there that, because I believe it was brought up that the intent of this was not to have council approval in order to get it sent on. I think we just need to note that in the minutes that it was the intention and still is the intention to have council approval once that letter, for that letter to be forwarded. And then additionally, I think what the ask was as well, and maybe Mike, you could clarify, I think we got this cleaned up at a council meeting, but the ask was to basically have 2 letters of support. The one from the Ag Advisory Board, and then additionally another letter from Mayor and Council to go along with it when it was presented to the Ag Minister and Minister of Environment.
Yes, Mike here. That was clarified, and I did text the AAB chair back. We tidied that up at the end of that particular council meeting to the letter that was addressed to the Federal Minister of Agriculture came to County Council for endorsement, and then the mayor was asked to send a letter along with that particular letter from the AAB to the Federal Minister of Agriculture. I noticed that our mayor is not on this communication today, but Councillor Van Passen is, so perhaps he's aware of, or did I hear the mayor speak just now?
Yes, I'm here, Councillor Columbus.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it.
No problem. No, so normally
address
that
where
goes
that's
through,
at, Madam Mayor.
normally what happens is the clerk's department will take that if the letter's already drafted or if they're sending a motion, the clerk's department would go and prepare that and then just send that up to the office for a signature. I haven't seen it come through, but maybe Owen, you might have a comment on that. Or sorry, Jacob. My bad. My apologies.
I can certainly check up on that, Mayor Chop. I myself have not seen the letter, but I can certainly, take a look at it and we can get something done for you.
Thanks. Yeah, normally when it's moved like that at a council meeting, it would be the clerk's department will they'll format and send it on. So if you could follow up on that, that'd be great.
Thank you. Following up on that further, Will Stoneman from the OFA and NFA OFA has reached out and is aware of this letter and has expressed interest that as soon as the letter has council's approval, which I believe it does, but now officially gaining the Norfolk letterhead with the mayor's signature, will also be forwarded to the OFA, and the OFA will be forwarding it on as well. So we have the OFA's letter support as well. So that's great that it's already gaining steam. So thank you, Jacob, and the clerk's office for getting this cleaned up. Anita, I see your hand up.
Yeah, so with that regard to that motion, the Ag Advisory Board asked that we send a letter to Norfolk County requesting an exemption from the carbon tax. That's inaccurate because the Norfolk County can't request an exemption from the carbon tax. Right. But I think we were just requesting that Norfolk County support a letter to the Ministry of Agriculture. So as long as we can get that wording changed, and then just one additional thing about our next meeting, January 5th, 2021. We didn't have a meeting on January 5th, so maybe we could have that reflected somehow in the minutes, or leave it as that and just acknowledge that it was decided not to have that meeting. Yeah. And if there's no other changes, then I would move that we accept the minutes as circulated.
Thank you, Anita. Any other changes? Seeing none, I will accept Anita's. We'll accept Anita's motion. Can we get? Do we need a seconder? I'm bad with this. Anne, perfect. Thank you. Meeting minutes approved. Jacob, can you remind me? Do I need a seconder for these? Because on my Berry board, we need a seconder.
I believe as long as there's no opposition, then they're carried.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Anita?
Yes, as Councillor Columbus had mentioned before, if you could just ask if there is any opposition to the motion, and that we know then we're having a vote on it, and then it'll be official.
All right. Perfect. I got to write a post-it note. All right. Are we clear to move on? I did receive an email from Keys and Hetty that they are online. Keys and Hetty, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Perfect.
Well, that's an improvement.
I'm going to do just the quick synopsis. So it's 9:27. You will have 15 minutes to present. Like I said, the board has received your presentation beforehand, and after your 15 minutes, then we will open up the floor to questions and comments. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hetty will do this.
Okay. Good morning, members of the Agriculture Advisory Board and Your Worship, Ms. Chop. First of all, we would like to thank you for the opportunity to make a presentation. For those of you who do not know us, we are Kees and Hetty Maillard. We are farming about 600 acres for cash crop, have a beef cow calf operation of about 20 head, and approximately 70 sheep with many lambs this time of the year, and have lost many lambs to coyotes. This presentation consists of research of existing forestry bylaws in southwestern Ontario. Noteworthy is that there are municipalities who do not have a forestry bylaw, like Chatham, Kent, and the city of Sarnia in Lambton County, just to name a few. Perhaps you might still wonder what is at stake with this bylaw and the proposed draft. To sum it up, your rights as a landowner are at stake. If this is as important to you as it is to us, you will understand that the draft of the bylaw contains no rights for you at all. The word agricultural is not even mentioned at all. And the directions of Ms. Mayor Chop has also not been followed. Therefore, we recommend that an unbiased party like a professional forester will address the bylaw instead of a bylaw forestry officer who displays his own agenda. And submissions should be directed to the CAO and not to the bylaw forestry department. I'm not sure if you would like me to read the presentation, but I'm just going to start with it and we'll see how far we get. But basically, I'm going to read what you have received. What is the need for this bylaw 2006-170? The tree cutting bylaw was introduced in Ontario with the Municipal Act 2001. It came into effect on January 1, 2003 and provides powers to all municipalities in Ontario. However, it will still be up to the municipality to decide whether a bylaw is required or even desirable. More than 30% of the county is covered in trees, according to Norfolk County Forest Bylaw Supervisor, Mr. Biddle, in a Norfolk and Tillsonburg News article of January 14, 2021, which is more than double the tree cover than other counties and growing with the help of agencies who plant trees and pay no property tax, and the ALICE, the Alternative Land Use Program. Taking not only marginal land out of agricultural production is questionable. Also, wildlife, the bad ones, as in destroying livestock and flocks of sheep, are getting worse for us, as in coyotes. They kill a large number of our sheep every year, even taking them out of our barn. Raccoons mainly, but also deer and turkeys, destroy a fair bit of our corn, in total some $10,000 per year on wildlife damages on our farm of about 600 acres and the sheep and beef cows. Does the county expect the farmer to carry all of that burden? In case you're thinking M&R will help, we will help you out with that dream very quickly as well. They do nothing. The Ontario Wildlife Damages Program is not sufficient, as the coyotes in general do not leave evidence behind of their kills. No evidence of kills found, no payout. But the flock has been reduced and a loss has occurred. In the Netherlands, they experimented with a lot of spread out wildlife areas for over 30 years. They have now drawn the conclusion that having large areas for wildlife is much preferred than spread out areas. Reasons being wildlife travels between the areas and cause more damage to farm crops, more traffic collisions, etc. Wildlife stays in the woodland and does not travel outside of it much in the large area. However, in the smaller parcels, like in Norfolk County, they travel far more. Second, prime farmland is shrinking due to the ALICE program. 3, the original reason for this bylaw was a major problem with the sandstorms, but farmers manage that much better today with cover crops and is mostly no issue. Why does the bylaw control private agriculturally zoned lands? We believe that, like the Niagara Region bylaw, Norfolk County could allow farmers to clear some of their land as long as there are no environmental issues and the land goes into agricultural production within 2 or 3 years. In case there must be a bylaw, we have the following additions for the bylaw to be considered to make it a fair one when the following items will be addressed. Harvest. A bush should be marked by a professional tree marker. The tree marking prescription must be executed to the full by loggers, and bylaw officers must make sure that unmarked trees are not taken by the logger and leaving marked trees behind. We have firsthand experience that the bylaw officers do not care that hundreds of trees get destroyed, on one hand, by giving the loggers a free hand, and on the other hand, punish landowners if they cut trees that are not even in woodlands. They simply say that it is counterproductive to count trees. It should say in the bylaw that trees should be counted, as per tree marker's prescription, before and after the logging. Bylaw officers should be scrutinized when they inspect the bush when the harvest is completed. Their checkpoints should be done together with the owner for a fair assessment. It should not be marked on a harvest inspection summary that landowner objectives achieved is checked off on the list without the landowner being consulted. Again, we know firsthand because we were never asked when our bush was logged. This will encourage more freedom for the landowner and improve logging methods with a fully certified tree markers plan for execution. The bush should be left healthy to establish further growth and harvest in a number of years. Loggers, tree cutters should be certified, leaving as little damage to tree stand as absolutely necessary. Bylaw officers must make sure that this is the case. The entire bylaw should be addressed and not just pick and choose like the draft. It has to be clear that only trees in woodlands are part of a tree cutting bylaw. Forestry Department took the words in woodlands out of the definition in the Municipal Act 2001, Chapter 25, subsection 135(7). There is no agriculture referenced in bylaw. Equal rights of obeying the bylaw by both bylaw officer and public. According to the draft, all trees are subject to violating the bylaw if one takes a tree down, like hazardous trees and dead trees. It should be spelled out in bylaw which trees can be taken without a permit. Bylaw officers need proper credentials to do the job. There must be an annual review that bylaw officers still have the proper credentials and that they execute the bylaw to a T. On this topic, an in-house lawyer of a municipality should check bylaw officers' intentions when they plan to issue a stop work order, summons, etc. This would avoid a lot of resources on staff time, court cases, taxpayers' money, not to forget the psychological effects on those who get stop work orders and summons, to only be defeated most of the time by a bylaw appeals committee or court. Many offenders pay just to get rid of the violation and the enormous time it costs to deal with all of this. Supervisor of bylaw officers must make sure that officers are properly trained to perform their duties and shall supervise the officers as a safeguard for the public that they follow the bylaw. Presently, there's no training and no supervision provided. Regulations must be put in place to ensure that livestock owners will not be duped because of overgrowth of the woodlands. Result will be that coyotes will have free access to cattle and flocks of sheep to destroy livestock owners' livelihood. No permits should be required if what farmer wants to do is within the rights of a property owner. According to the proposed draft, stumps have to stay, which are hazards for snowmobiles, ATVs, or farm tractors and equipment. This is crazy. Landowners should be able to take out all stumps if they find them a hindrance and or safety issues. Does the county want to be held liable for accidents? The owner should be the registered owner of the woodlands for at least 2 years prior to the date of the commencement of the destruction or injury of the trees. Exemptions should be made for the owner of woodlands when trees are dead or pose a hazard to human safety or property. No one should be forced by a bylaw to have to take out a permit for the above on one's own land. You have to use common sense. There should be a provision in the bylaw that the owner can harvest 20 to 30 trees for any purpose annually without any restrictions as long as it stays a bush lot. There should be a mechanism in place that bylaw officers are to be held accountable to stay within the bylaw. Before giving a stop work order, the officers should have to do a preliminary investigation and give the owner a report on their findings. Bylaw officers should be supervised when they are investigating, and county solicitors should verify the findings of the inspection with the bylaw if the offense warrants a stop work order and/or a summons to appear in court. Presently, bylaw officers in the Forestry Department can do whatever they please regarding the above, because they're not held accountable in any shape or form with all the consequences. A bylaw officer should have to contact the owner of any first step towards an investigation, and only after a fair initial investigation can a stop work order be given, and not as the current heavy-handed procedure. There has to be respect towards the owner because they own the land and not the bylaw officer or Norfolk County. A bylaw officer should report on their investigation to the landowner in order to have an immediate record. Presently, no report is given to the landowner until the landowner receives a summons to appear in court. This is a waste of resources for everyone involved. Staff time, taxpayers' money, and last but definitely not least, all the unnecessary hardship and cost for the landowner. Inclusion of creating corridors. By not including this in the bylaw, it will take rights away to make trails in one's bush or snowmobile trails. Allowance for making a fence around outside and making a 25-feet corridor to be able to repair the fence and do maintenance whenever needed. This normal farm practice is not mentioned in the draft. It must be noted that due to overgrowth of the forest, raccoons have a free hand at destroying crops like corn, as mentioned before, to an annual loss of $10,000. Control of the forest is therefore detrimental, keeping the landowner's objectives in mind. All the above is not only limited to what has been mentioned in this presentation, but will give you an insight that farm landowners will not have any rights according to the proposed draft. If you feel it's important that you as a farm landowner should have rights on your own land, then be prepared and proactive to not let the fox, the bylaw in Forestry Department in this situation, be in charge of the hen house. In other words, please be informed and do not let Norfolk County rule the land you own. And that's it. Can you still hear us?
Yes. Thank you for that, and thank you for putting that together and speaking today. I'm going to open the floor to members of the board for any questions or comments regarding the presentation. Mayor Chop.
Thanks very much. Dusty, Hetty, I just want to say that was a really great presentation. You know, you brought forward suggestions as opposed to, you know, sometimes what we often hear is just, well, we don't want it this way, without kind of suggestions of how a bylaw and so on could be redrafted. So thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
I think I would, you know, also mention again, you know, Dusty and I have coordinated, and Dusty, maybe you can touch on that a little bit more. But I was approached some time ago, I guess when the process started, when I kind of brought it forward to look at, you know, at a bylaw review. And Dusty, I just looked up his name and now I forgot it again.
Jack Winkler.
Jack Winkler. And so Jack Winkler, to my knowledge, he assists people. I think, Hetty, you may know Jack as well, but he assists on a number of occasions with different appeals and so on. And he's one of the only, if not the only, I believe, forester that doesn't work for a municipality. And when I spoke with him, he you know, I saw a balanced approach. You know, it just wasn't all one direction on, you know, scrapping an entire forestry bylaw, but appreciating, you know, the concerns of the forestry department, appreciating the concerns of the farmers and so on and so forth. So I'll let Dusty speak to that some more, but my suggestion would be, you know, if the Ag Advisory Board endorses using an outside party, I do believe that you'll get the support from that at council. And I also want to just add, I went snowmobiling for the very first time in Norfolk County on the weekend, and it was the best thing that's ever happened to me in the last several months. Amazing. So thank you to all the farmers for that.
Good deal. Good deal. Yes, and to continuing on, well, I'm gonna continue comment, and then I'm gonna bring in I sent out a letter last night. It was a draft information, a 5-point information package and sort of a synopsis of what Jack is thinking, Mr. Winkler's thinking, and that will walk the line between conservancy and the farmers, I believe, and I think his thinking is in line with all parties. But first, is there any other comments or questions from the board for Keys and Hetty? Okay. Seeing none, I'll thank you, Keys and Hetty, and I emulate the mayor's comments about bringing forth both issues, but also potential solutions and different ways of thinking. So thank you for your time today, and we look forward to seeing where this goes. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, and we thank you very much as well, especially Ms. Mayor Chop for bringing out what she thinks how we should move forward. Thank you again for taking us on here.
Perfect.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Yeah, so I wanted to update everyone working on, so leading up to this and continuing on with Mayor Chop's comments about Jack Winkler and striking that balance, and working with someone who has both been a forester, part of the professional foresters, but is now turning to consultancy. Jack has been working, he's been following Norfolk County's bylaws and different bylaws across the province for quite some time, and is working in the Chatham-Kent area on some issues there, and in another area, and is willing to take on Norfolk County. He is semi-retired, but he has a deep passion for this, and with that, I strongly believe, after a great conversation with Jack spanning about an hour, I've as a landowner and a woodlot owner myself, it was great speaking with someone who's both passionate, could be a benefit for Norfolk County, for all parties, like I said, and it was also great for me to understand both sides of the figurative fence post, and that I believe if you guys had an opportunity to read the synopsis that was sent out last night, or if you haven't yet, I strongly advise, where we can incorporate both agriculture, landowners, conservancy, and trying to strike the balance. And the biggest thing is good forestry practices. That is a term that it could be a wide-ranging thing, and it is hard to define. And a professional like Jack is someone that can help landowners and bylaw officers and people like us that can start putting motions together for what is a good forestry practice, and ranging from the scope of the application, the reinstatements of circular limit harvests, and determining valid minimum average basal areas, and average trees per hectare, and all these come into play when drafting a good bylaw. And I want to open the floor to either comments on using and referring to a third party. His costs would be about $100 an hour, and Jack believes that he can get a working bylaw that we can present forward for a cost of $2,000 in total. Now, that is, of course, an approximation, but that's what he's thinking for getting. Jack has worked in the past with Norfolk, so it's not anything new. So we already have a leg up, which is benefit. And what I'd like to do, if I could put Councillor Columbus and potentially as well Councillor Van Passen on the floor, about both the use of funds for this, a third party, and any other comments.
Dusty Mike here. First of all, I did not receive these points that you were talking about that you sent out last night.
It was sent out in the agenda thread. I will resend it.
Okay. And this is the first that I heard. I know we were looking for public input. It's come to the Ag Advisory Board, which is great for discussion. As far as looking for consulting fees to have this individual, I don't know if it's whether we'd have to advertise or how we would go about appointing one particular party to do this. So I still think it's kind of a premature. It's first I heard about it, this proposal.
Okay. Mayor Chop.
Yeah, well, Councillor Columbus, we did talk about it at the last meeting because I was the one that had raised it. Jack had approached me about a year or so ago. At the time, I think he was even willing to do it pro bono back then, but I understand circumstances there might have changed. I think 2,000 seems pretty reasonable still for taking this on. But the idea is to have an independent third-party facilitator, again, like Dusty said, to balance obviously the concerns of conservancy as well as the needs of the agricultural community. Jack is, I think he's one of the few individuals that are out there. So I do believe it, certainly if this is somebody that you've endorsed and Dusty you've spoken with, and I do believe he also has the respect of you know, the environmentalists and so on, that you know, we could easily, if it was put to council, you could move to sole source it. You know, something, again, council strategic. Yeah, we just went through our budget and so on. So obviously this would be a budget variance. There is some money there. I would have to confirm with finance for specifically for the committees. So there may actually already be some funds that are available, and in the event they weren't available, again, we also have, you know, council strategic fund, and I think this again lends to, you know, a benefit for all of Norfolk County. But I really think that it is important from my perspective for you guys. Yes, our forestry department has drafted a bylaw. Clearly you're not happy with it. And I've said from the beginning, I think you need a third party to do this and not have that bylaw be drafted internally by Norfolk County staff, just because of the conflicts that brings.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Yes, in the PDF was sent out along with the presentation to the AAB. That was the Keys and Hetty's presentation sent out to everyone. So it's named Winkler Report Main Concerns. Councillor Van Passen and then Ms. Vermeersch.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just supposed to be sitting here as an observer, but I have a tendency to not be able to keep my mouth shut. So I thank you for the opportunity to say a few things. I have talked to our senior leadership team, and I don't think it's going to be a problem to convince them that it would be a good idea to get a third party to have a look at the forestry bylaw. I think they'll probably concede very quickly that it's a good time to do that, to have somebody who is looking from the outside in rather than the inside out. So if the Ag Advisory Board puts forth that recommendation, I'm sure that we'll get that in front of council, and I doubt there'll be much opposition to that. So I think we're on the right track. I might have to ask sort of the staff liaison to fast track that bit of information rather than going through the normal process of waiting for the minutes to be sent through the system. So maybe we could get a special request from Mr. Garwood to just send a memo to council making that request so we can get it done quickly.
The other option, if I may, Dusty, is just the Ag Advisory Board could also just send a really quick, brief letter to be part of public record and just include it there with your request that we move ahead with this.
Okay. Thank you.
not a detailed letter, just, just the motion that you passed today and say that, for just in the interest of moving this along as quickly as possible, that you've included it at this time as opposed to waiting for the minutes to be presented.
Right. Okay. Thank you kindly. That's a good point. Anne?
I was actually going to propose a motion
Perfect.
that the Agriculture Advisory Board recommends that council considers Jack Winkler as a consultant to help draft the bylaw. Or any other words you want to add in there.
Okay. After speaking with Jack, I can say that, I am getting caught up as quickly as possible with this as well, but he seems to be very knowledgeable. If I could defer to either the councillors or Mayor Chop, I want to make sure that the process is in fact fair. Do we, and how Councillor Columbus alluded to, is there anything that we need to do to open it up for others, or is this acceptable procedure?
I can go.
Dusty,
Go ahead, Councillor Clemens.
Mike here, Dusty. I do not see a problem with moving this forward as soon as possible.
Okay.
So I would support whatever the Ag Advisory Board wishes, how they wish to proceed.
If it were me, I would maybe, you could even go on with your meeting and I could just put together something. I would just expand that motion a little bit, and maybe just to include, a little bit of a whereas you'd like a non-biased, third party to facilitate, whereas the Agricultural Advisory Board believes that it is important to have a non-biased third party, facilitate the drafting of the new Norfolk County bylaw. How would you then? If you gave me 2 minutes, I could throw something together for you. And then just that way you're sort of communicating in your motion itself, because all you're going to do is send that letter to council, kind of the reasons why, because obviously it's going to be part of public record that you'd like to do it this way, rather than just saying, well, we want to appoint Jack Winkler. It's just important, I think, to give your reasons as to why you want to bring in this third party. Yep. Again, not even so much from council perspective, but just the public's going to read it, and you can imagine Monty will pick it up, I'm sure.
Any other comments while we're talking and discussing this? There's both this bylaw and the use of Jack Winkler.
No, just that it's good approach, very proactive way to approach it, and I think we're going in the right direction here. So if Mayor Chop's working on that motion, I'd be interested to hear it.
Okay. So if I could task the mayor, what we will do is we could step in either to the next point and circle back once we have the potential to pass that motion, if that's fair with everyone here.
Dusty, Anne had her hand up.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty passionate about this bylaw. Can we discuss the bylaw a little more, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
So time, or?
No, absolutely. This is it. That's why open the floor to more discussion in the Winkler report. There is the different uses, and he aims to explain in his words and his definitions what the good forestry practices are, and how landowners are, if they either bring in a professional forester or a consulting service and they are able to prove, good forest practices, that it would go a long way. And of course, they're approving of the understanding of their forest and for what their ability for what to remove. That seems to be the biggest hindrance with where bylaw is coming in, is ensuring that landowners have that mutual understanding of good forestry practices?
In terms of agriculture, like I would like it directly referenced in there, the Farming and Food Production Protection Act. So like the provincial legislation, like it's not mentioned in there, and that's the normal farm practice
Right.
legislation, right? I would like to see agriculture mentioned specifically in the bylaw. Like it is a little vague, because normal farm practice can be interpreted in many different ways, right? So there are other counties, and maybe Mr. Winkler can look into this too, that actually have sections within their bylaw that spell out, what is normal farm practice.
Right.
Because if we don't spell it out, it may leave too much to interpretation to a bylaw officer, right? And then that's when the problems start. So I'm purely being selfish and representing agriculture. I want that spelled out in the bylaw. What is normal farm practice?
Right. In point 5, the innovation, in 2019, the Ag Advisory Board, oh my God, yeah, was it 19? We were talking about silvopasture and innovation that occurs within, and so the sort of the redevelopment within a forest, or within a woodlot, and the biggest thing is, yes, similar to the Niagara Region bylaw, landowners could be innovative in reshaping a woodland to increase or change the agricultural productivity of their land without municipal burden. So I think that might be a key line, to ensure that that's the understanding. He also goes on to say the option of an exemption permit, if the landowner could prepare a researched farm natural plan, similar to a farm nutrient plan. I don't raise hogs, but is that something that would be done in with livestock, a nutrient plan for runoffs and things like that? Because I know that.
Well, you might be referencing like grazing, like if we're grazing cattle or sheep through the bush, right?
Correct.
It'd be a different harvest practice. You might thin the bush out more than you normally would.
Right.
But it's a different prescription. Like, and as long as a forester, is recommending that prescription for that agricultural practice for that woodlands, then that should be acceptable.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically a tree marking prescription, but what I'm talking about is normal farm practice, like taking a tree line out, or this bylaw is written as 1 hectare and under, which is nice to see. So, I mean, if your neighbor calls and you're taking out a thumb of a field and it's under 1 hectare and you're squaring up a field, it should be an exemption.
Right.
But just to have that spelled out more in the bylaw.
Yeah. Any other comments from the board? So Jacob, right, Hayden.
Yeah, so Dusty, the presentation that we've just had here on the forest bylaw, they indicated that basically the way that we're doing it here at the moment is that all feedback in regards to the bylaw is going back through our Norfolk County Forester, which I believe is Adam Biddle, correct?
Correct.
If we have, I guess I'm asking the question here, if we have feedback like Anne's got here, there's a couple of other points of interest. What's the best way to provide that feedback on the actual bylaw itself? Is it to wait until council passes a motion on this, and then us as an Ag Advisory Board put together separate submissions of just in point format that we would see would add value to agriculture if considered within the bylaw. Is that the best way to approach this? And then do we have to have some direction here where council kind of takes our original motion first, and then we can provide secondary information? And in the meantime, maybe one of us can log some of the points like Anne's bringing up here that get brought to us, so that we can have further discussion on it at a later date and provide that as part of the review.
I'm gonna want to say that we're gonna want to ensure that this information keeps moving as quickly as possible. I'm going to interject that, and I'm going to refer I'm going to make this an open question as to how do we ensure that this information keeps moving up. Mayor Chop?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Dusty, so again, I think the Jack's plan, what you want is you want a consultation period where specifically they'll seek out input from not only the Agricultural Advisory Board, but other community members and so on and so forth, before the new bylaw is drafted. That was my understanding from my conversation with Jack as to how that would take place. So the idea would be, as opposed to providing all your comments right now based on this bylaw, would be to go and allow that consultation period to take place, provide your comments at that time of concerns that you have, and then he would go and a new bylaw would be drafted. And at that point, you would again have an opportunity to comment on that new draft. So I think the opportunity is going to be there. I'm not sure if what you're trying to do is to reopen the process to get an independent third party in here. I'm thinking that this bylaw, based on the conversations with Jack, he has a very different approach from the bylaw that we currently have. And so I think just to save yourselves time and work, it would be better to allow that process to unfold and then comment at that time with Mr. Winkler. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, I think you're just adding work to yourself right now for no reason.
Right. Anita?
Thanks, Dusty. I know in the past we've had staff members review complex bylaws like this one, kind of face-to-face. And I know we're not meeting face-to-face, but I had kind of assumed that Mr. Biddle would be on our call today and that we would be taking time to review the different aspects of that. It was certainly very, very helpful in the past when we were developing or contributing to other bylaws for the agricultural portion of them. And so I guess I'm just kind of maybe disappointed that Mr. Biddle isn't on the call and that we're not going through it a bit more. I know I tried to read through it myself, but a lot of different things there. Now, I think what was sent out in the email was great, doing some comparisons with different areas, but we need to recognize that Norfolk is unique with its sandy soils, and every spring we still see sand blowing around our region. But I think farmers in general are doing a much, much better job of cover crops. And so maybe we can eliminate the need for some windbreaks and things like that. But certainly having Mr. Biddle review some of this would have been beneficial to me.
Yeah, for sure. Your comments are understood and heard. Always speaking with Jacob prior to this meeting about getting Mr. Biddle the opportunity to either offer input and whatnot at our next meeting, or sending information along for the board to consider while this process has started. So absolutely, Anita, your comments are heard. If I could go to Zvi.
Thanks, Dusty, and hello, everyone. For new members, my name is Zvi Lifshitz. I'm the director of the Economic Development Department, and I just wanted to provide some context in regards to Mr. Biddle. He had initially intended to attend this meeting, and he and I had discussed that. Unfortunately, there was an issue with his calendar, and he was double booked. So we agreed that we would bring this to this group today and have some discussion, and that he would be able to attend at the next meeting. So if that's something that this group would like to see, that is still certainly an option.
Yeah, Councillor Columbus.
Yeah, just to note that whoever does this contract consulting for the Ag Advisory Board in Norfolk County, that it's likely that we'll have to set up a terms of reference for the work that we want to see completed.
Okay, noting that. Hayden and Mayor Chop, I see your hands up.
Yeah, and Dusty, I think it is me not understanding procedurally here what's going to happen. So right now, I just look back at the email. It's open until April 30th for comment for the review, and those comments are supposed to go back directly to the forestry superintendent. At that point, what happens after that? Is that what the motion that we're going to have put in place is for?
If I could add a second question to that, would be, is the April 30th comments deadline, is that a hard line? Should we be, is it a race against the clock? If I can add that second question to it as well, Mayor Chop.
Well, I guess I'm misunderstanding. I thought you wanted to halt this process and you wanted to have an independent third party come in to now run the process and redraft the bylaw with taking into, so the first step that Jack would take would be to seek comments from the Agricultural Advisory Board about concerns that you have with the current bylaw and so on, to give a presentation as to, you know, his discussion with you, Dusty, of a different way of approaching this through the best management practices and so on. And to go back to the drawing board with the entire bylaw. So I guess that was why I was suggesting holding your comments. And that was also why I believed you wanted to speed this up for this to come to council. But that's entirely up to you guys. My suggestion would be to do that, to go and say we want to have a third party that's, you know, independent from Norfolk County to go and take over this process.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Hayden, I think I know what you're going to say. Yeah,
I think that sounds great, and I think we just need to hear the motion that Mayor Chop's got written for us.
Yeah. If I could go to Councillor Van Passen first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was under the assumption as well, like the mayor, that that's what we were looking for.
For sure.
You know, we had staff tweak the existing bylaw, and now they want comments on those tweaks. And I think we want to step back and have an independent third party come in and have an overview of the entire sort of process and just start fresh from there. And we'll have public consultation first before we draft the bylaw rather than the other way around. And also it gets rid of, you can't say that there's bias. You can say that we get rid of the perception of bias by bringing in an independent third party. So, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. No, for sure. And I'll jump to Jason Ryder.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment on what Hayden said too. I think if extra comments right now, I think is just going to muddy the waters. The approach that Mayor Chop saying is moving forward that way with a motion. I think that is the cleanest cut way to start this process and get to an answer probably faster and more efficiently than recreating the wheel on a bunch of comments. So I just wanted to secondly say that.
Perfect. Nope, I concur. If I'll use this opportunity right now. Is there any opposed to the current path we're going down? I'll leave it at that. Is there any opposed to the current path we're going down by using a third party? And actually, if I could, Mayor Chop, are you ready with a motion?
Yeah, I was getting a little distracted here by something else, but I something like, whereas the Agricultural Advisory Board has reviewed the Norfolk County Draft Forestry Bylaw and has raised significant concerns, whereas the Agricultural Advisory Board believes that the public should be given an opportunity to comment on the existing forestry bylaw before a new bylaw is drafted, whereas the Agricultural Advisory Board believes that an independent third party should facilitate this process, be it resolved that the Agricultural Advisory Board would endorse Jack Winkler, a retired registered professional forester, to lead the Chris, maybe you can help me out here, to lead the draft bylaw, to lead the review process.
To lead the
To lead the
direction.
review process. That is exactly what I was going to say, to lead the review process.
Would sorry, maybe not endorse, but would request Jack Winkler, a retired professional forester, to be engaged to lead this process.
Mayor Chop, I believe you used facilitate earlier. Is there any way to use that?
To facilitate, you got it.
Perfect.
Okay. Did you want that again, or is that sufficient?
Just want Hayden, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'd support that.
Okay. Would anyone like to hear it read out again, or are we following along?
So just wondering who's going to move that then.
Yep. We're gonna have to get a mover. Just want to make sure in case we need
I'd move it, Dusty. Hayden.
What's that?
It's Hayden. I'd move that.
Okay.
Was it originally moved by Anne? I think it was moved by Anne. We were just tidying up the wording of it.
Okay.
Yeah, and can we add in too, like, I'd have to have it read back to me, like that the ADV board would like to be engaged with the consultant in the draft process in regards to agriculture.
Yep.
One of the first lines.
And up. What about just at the end, and be it resolved that the Agricultural Advisory Board will request Jack Winkler, a retired professional forester, be engaged to facilitate this process, and that comments be sought from and that the Agricultural Advisory Board be
engaged in the process or something.
Consulted, engaged, yeah.
And that the Agricultural Advisory Board be consulted. I think just be consulted. Or in this process, that's fine.
Be a part of the process.
And that, comments. I think, yeah, just at the end there, and then the Agricultural Advisory Board be consulted in the process. Does that work?
Sounds good.
Beautiful. Mayor Chop, I had a request from Jacob, if you could send that over to him when you get it.
No problem.
Perfect. So moved by Anne. Can I get a seconder, or are we able to use Hayden's as a seconder? Hayden, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'd second that for sure.
Thank you. Any opposed? So if I could, before I'm going to do two things. One, any more comments on this motion, and two, I'll either ask Mayor Chop or Mr. Robinson to read the bylaw or read the motion as it stands. Hayden?
Yeah, just the other one. I think, Chris, we're going to task him with taking this forwards to get it in front of council straight away. Was that the understanding as well?
Yes, please. That's the ask. When is the next opportunity to get this in front of council?
The next council meeting is the second, its council and committee is the second Tuesday of March, and it would be ratified the third Tuesday. So I believe I think it's the 9th and the 16th.
Yeah.
So again, I think the easier thing is just to Dusty, as chair of the Ag Advisory Board, just send an email to the clerk saying that you would request that the motion moved at the last Agricultural Advisory Board meeting be presented to council at the next council and committee meeting on March the 9th, and have that included as, and you would request that it be included as public record, and then it will be placed on the agenda.
Okay. So in totality, could Councillor Van Pasten?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is one process, and the other one would be that the Economic Development Department send a report to council asking for the exact same thing. It's just a matter of how we want to get it there. But I think in the past that was normal practice, that it would come as a staff report to council and committee and then to council, rather than a request from the Ag Advisory Board itself, because generally those ones follow the process of the minutes and then acting on the recommendations out of the minutes. If you want it done quickly, you have a staff report that's brought forward at the next meeting. So it's up. Well, the mayor has sort of good advice there, but one way or the other, we can get it there.
Okay.
Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to caution you that if we're going the route of a report, then we're looking at 2 months down the road, because it has to go through a set process that SLT has to review it, and this has to review it, and it goes through this very long process to get there. So if speed is important, you want to do it like straight to council.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Or a memo is different, right, than a report. So, and then one of the councillors can pull a memo, right?
Chris, I'm just trying to make it as little work for staff as possible. If you just send it as a request directly from the Agricultural Advisory Board, just in a quick email to the clerk's department and say, we would like this put on the next agenda. And then Chris can speak to it at the meeting, and it saves staff some work, and it gets it on as quickly as possible.
Right, because a memo would also have to go to SLT. They would have to review it. It goes through a process as well.
Good. So Dusty's just stepped away for a second here, so I'm going to cover for him. Mayor Chop, do you think you could kindly read that motion in full for us again, just to make sure we got full support?
Most certainly, Hayden. So whereas the Agricultural Advisory Board has reviewed the Norfolk County Draft Forestry Bylaw and has raised significant concerns, whereas the Agricultural Advisory Board believes that the public should be given the opportunity to comment on the existing forestry bylaw before a new bylaw is drafted, whereas the Agricultural Advisory Board believes that an independent third party should facilitate this process. Be it resolved that the Agricultural Advisory Board would request Jack Winkler, a retired professional forester, be engaged to facilitate this process, and that the Agricultural Advisory Board be consulted.
Perfect. And that was moved by Anne and seconded by myself. Anyone with opposition or any more discussion on this matter? Great. Thank you very much, team. Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next agenda item. So we've got Haldeman site alteration bylaw. Whereabouts was the communications coming from on that, Jacob?
I'm sorry, Hayden. I was just distracted there. What can I do for you?
We're at Haldeman site alterations bylaw. Whereabouts is the communications coming from for that?
We have something that was sent out in the agenda package, I believe. Bear with me here for a second. Just bear with me for a second, Hayden. I'm just going to make sure I've got the right communication for you.
We're just going to move ahead here. Future meeting times with everybody's schedule at the moment, because this is something I can cover off in Dusty's absence. If we look at future meeting times here, everybody's schedule and what you're looking for, I'd suggest probably if we wanted to get together, probably at the end of March, last week in March, first week in April. Does anybody see any reason to get together as the AAB any sooner or any later than that for a quick meeting?
Hayden, if I could, thank you for covering for me. If I could, yeah, it's one of the comments would be what would be the best way for well, actually, you know what? No, that's a tangent I don't want to go down right now. No, I'm good with those times, either late March or the first week of April. Preferably, I mean, I'm good with late March.
Could we propose then a doodle poll for the last week of March, first week in April for us to get together again? And I think Zvi sent out the last one, so I'm presuming he's going to do that again.
Yes, I'm the holder of the doodle account, so happy to do that.
Hold them in sale alteration bylaw.
Yeah, so Dusty, where we got to is I wasn't on top of the agenda there, so we're up to the Haldeman site alteration bylaw.
Okay.
And what I've done is requested from Jacob there to provide where that communication was coming from.
All right, thank you.
Back over to you.
Thank you, Hayden. Jacob, unfortunately, I'm not able to open this because it's found in the Norfolk County SharePoint. Is anyone else having difficulty opening this?
Dusty, I have it in my files because Jacob had circulated that after, it was probably in December, because I had it in a folder for my for January 5th meeting, which was on the minutes that we were going to have a January 5th meeting. So I found them there. I've moved them to today's meeting folder on my personal computer, but they were circulated probably in December.
Is it on December the 16th? At 11:25, that email site alteration 1664-16.
I can just say that there are 3 attachments, copies of Haldeman's bylaws.
What I will do is I will forward this onto the email thread for this email so that all participants and the new members can see it. Give me a second here. All right. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Dusty, I'm having trouble finding exactly where this came from into my inbox, but yes, it was sent just to be part of the discussion for the last our last agenda, which obviously ended up getting pushed back. So I apologize not sending it in this agenda package as well.
That's all right. That is okay. Okay. There we go. All right.
Sorry, Councillor Van Parson's got his hand up as well.
Perfect.
Dusty.
Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must apologize. I have another commitment in town at 11. I appreciate you allowing me to sit in on your meeting so far and taking my little bit of input, but I will have to excuse myself. So thanks everyone for allowing me to join. So.
Thank you for joining us today, sir. Oh yeah, that's right. That's fine. Okay, so if everyone in their email, I see we are. Just want to make sure. No, we're good. Okay. All right. So site alteration package. The placing of dumping fill and imposing conditions to a permit. Okay. Perfect. Signed by the clerk and the mayor on January 2020. Okay. Perfect. So who would like to speak on this? 2021.
Nita's got her hand up there.
Sorry. Ms. Buhner?
Yeah, not so much to speak about this, but just to make everybody aware that we currently don't have a bylaw regarding bringing soil into the county. And so that was something that was brought up probably a couple of years ago. And so this was kind of to quick track because Haldeman does have a bylaw for that. So just to recognize that some of our urban centers need to remove topsoil when housing developments or commercial developments are occurring, and they're looking for places to dump their soil. That doesn't always improve soil, especially if testing isn't properly done in advance. So just recognized a couple of years ago that we really do need to address this issue, and so Haldeman does have a bylaw, and that's why the planning department, I guess, looked at starting out with what already exists in our neighboring community, but we don't currently have. So that's just a little bit of background.
Right. So reading through this, do we see any errors or omissions? And would the next step be we want to get this to bylaw for potential adoption of this? And what is if I could ask as well, the best way of doing so to either Councillor Columbus or Mayor Chop?
Dusty, Mike here.
Yes,
and I was just reading back on December 16th, I believe, when this was sent to us. And I agree with Anita's thinking, but I do believe there's probably a couple different departments within the county that will want to be involved with this.
Yeah.
And I think that we should be sending it to whoever's, I guess, bylaw for sure would be involved, but maybe there's some other division as well. And the other thing I know is when all those truckloads of soil came in from the GTA a couple years ago that Anita spoke about, they certainly do pose a hazard and issues with our roadways in the county as well. Mm-hmm. Some of them, the sides actually end up crumbling because there's so much traffic, heavy loads on them. So I think this should be sent to staff to consult perhaps with Haldeman County and come out with a fine-tuned bylaw, which would be close to Haldeman's, I would think, for our Norfolk County.
Okay. And Hayden, I see your hand up.
Yeah, and if you need a motion for that, I'd put forth a motion that we present this to the appropriate staff, as Mike suggested, and whereas this has an effect on moving soil, has an effect on agriculture, and that it was brought up by the Ag Advisory Board that we should have proper procedures in place with respect to soil moving requirements for open transparency for all of for all people wishing to perform this practice in Norfolk County.
I concur. So ensuring that it gets to staff, would that be ensuring that it does it correctly? Is that something that Jacob, you would like the chair to, or if we pass this motion, this would be direction that you would look after sending to the departments?
I can certainly send to our appropriate staff members. Absolutely.
Okay. So Hayden, yes, sir.
So procedurally, does that need to be in an emotion format, or are we just asking if we could through the clerk get staff to provide feedback on that bylaw and what it would look like to adopt it for Norfolk County?
That's a Jacob question.
Mike here, it could be an action on the action item list, but that seems to be going rather slow, those action items. Mm-hmm. So I would think that we should probably note it somewhere in the minutes to direct staff to move on this rather than put it on the action list. It can go on both, actually.
Okay. All right, so we'll get in the minutes for sure. That way we can keep moving through.
Did you want to have a vote on that, Dusty? I guess Hayden's moved it. I can read it for you if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Motion is that the AAB present the document to appropriate staff, and whereas this has an effect on agriculture, and Norfolk County should have procedures in place for proper soil requirements for all people wishing to perform this practice in Norfolk County.
Does anyone have any omissions in that? That sounds good to me. It's clear, concise.
Yeah, can I just add in there the transparency? For transparency to all those wishing to perform the functions in Norfolk County.
Yeah. I see no problem with that. Okay. Do I need a seconder for this movement?
I would second that, Dusty. Anita?
Thank you, Anita. Any opposed? Seeing none. That's great. That's thank you. Thank you, Anita, and thank you, Jacob, and everyone. This is yeah, something that we've been working on, like Anita said, for quite some time, and this is efficiencies that are great to find with our neighbors, for that they're experiencing the same issues like ours. So maybe there'll be more to come, and we can follow similar processes. Any other questions, comments on that? Okay, moving on to the Heal Air brochure that was sent out by Jacob. Is there any way, if I could ask Mayor Chop, because this seems to be a Board of Health issue, is this this technology that was sent out, is this approved or something that's suggested by our medical officer of health?
I'm sorry, Dusty, I don't actually have this in front of me right now. What, and I didn't. Let me just pull this.
I will send it over, Mayor Chop.
Can you just screen share, Jacob?
That's probably a better idea. Just bear with me here for a second.
Because the technology looks interesting for sure, but I just want to know how this came to be getting presented to us, and is this something that we're just trying to get out there, or yeah, just for some backgrounding and what we're to do with this.
I actually don't know how this came to you. Jacob, do you know? I do. I'm sure you all know. Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank now. Who's the gentleman as well that does all the HVAC in Norfolk County? Gerald Catt. Gerald Catt is. He actually was in the newspaper in Waterloo, I believe, some time ago. You know, and one of his biggest beliefs, and certainly there is a lot of science out there, is that when you can't contact trace where, you know, that a lot of the spread of infections are coming from, it's believed that it's moving through air systems and buildings and so on. To the best of my knowledge, he is doing the work on Scotland's new bunkhouse, and they're I don't know that it's this equipment or anything, but they're installing particular filtration units and so on in their HVAC systems. But that's all I can comment. I'm not sure where this came from.
Yeah, Mr. Dooney.
Dusty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this came from Mayor Chop's office. It may have been her assistant that forwarded it onto us, if I'm not
You know
wrong.
what? Now that I'm thinking back to it, Hayden, now I'm kind of remembering this. I think yeah, it's coming back to me some time ago.
Oh,
I think
That's correct, Mayor Chop. It
December.
came on December 15th from Megan.
Yeah.
She
okay,
said it
yeah,
might be of interest to the group as a different approach to containing the virus.
Okay.
I think just sent on to you guys just as information. Somebody had requested, I think, that it go on to the Agricultural Advisory Board, and they had referenced it for use in other facilities and so on. So that was all. My apologies.
No.
So I guess with this style of thing, first and foremost is would this help? Well, I'm sure the science is there, but forwarding up to our industrial stakeholders if it's something we're approved, but I don't want to go around I don't want the Ag Advisory Board and the ECDev newsletters to become Lakeshore shoppers. But in that same respect, I guess, as an informal action item, I could forward this up to people at OMAF or at OFVGA to see if they're of interest to this. And on that second note, to see if I know there's a lot of funding opportunities right now for retrofitting and whatnot, and I can see if this would fall in that category. I'd also be interested to see how expensive these units are, especially for smaller bunkhouse units. This would mean multiple of them versus covering large barrack style. Any other comments on Heal Air? Looks
So
neat.
Dusty, do we just receive this as information? I think it was an awareness to the agricultural community, and there's probably a lot of other units out there now, but I think it's great to be aware, but it'd be interesting to see what the health departments take on the effectiveness of these types of things, and maybe Gerald Catt is going to have some information for us as well.
Yeah.
That might be sorry if I may, that might be a suggestion for you, is actually to I'm sure he would love it because he loves talking about this stuff, is to invite him to one of your meetings, or to ask him. He's written some different reports and stuff, to ask him to share his perspective with the Agricultural Advisory Board.
Yeah. And if he's versed in this stuff, it doesn't hurt by no means. And yeah, Anita, we can receive this information. I'm just trying to see where we strike the line. Is it our responsibility to take this as well and either disseminate this type of technology and brochure out, or simply receive this information and see if this gentleman's available to speak further on it? That might be the best.
That Chris does still put out a newsletter occasionally on agricultural issues, and maybe we've received this maybe as information, but something general could go out about the new availability of these systems, not mentioning specifically this one, but it's an agricultural issue. Certainly for bunkhouses. And Chris, where are we with number of people that are subscribed to that newsletter?
Well, we have a number of different subscription lists. So you have those that are interested only in restaurant and so on. The one for agriculture, I think that is about 550 people that are interested in things related to agriculture. So they might not necessarily be farmers, but they're interested in anything agriculture related. I think that list is 550.
And how often do you put out a newsletter? When, of course, when you have enough things to make it of interest. But this, I know it doesn't come out often, but something like this, I think, is of interest. And if half of those subscribers are involved in active agriculture with labor, then I think it's worth including something like this, not specifically this unit, though.
So we are sending newsletters monthly, and for sure, this is something that we could include in the next newsletter. Or things of this nature, if the Agricultural Board would like to communicate then send it to us and we would ensure that it be included in our monthly newsletter.
Okay. I think at this time we'll receive his information and then we'll go down that road further when it sees fit. I see Councillor Columbus's hand up, or no, Mayor Chop, sorry.
Yeah, Dusty, just to expand on Anita's point there, so Chris, so there's no misunderstanding, not to include this, but I think you guys, what would be beneficial maybe is to reach out to Gerald and ask him to do a little, a little article or whatever for your newsletter. And you could just more generally about the benefits of air filtration systems and so on.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. What's his business name? HVAC. I'll just Google HVAC Norfolk. Yeah. Okay. I'll see if he can put together a blurb for our next meeting. HVAC. Okay. Gerald. All right. Okay. So that's what we'll do. Receive this. Heal Air as information. Dusty to reach out to Mr. Gerald of HVAC Norfolk to see if we can get a blurb explaining this further, cost implications and efficacy and things along that. On that note, I did reach out recently, about a month ago, as the new year was swinging around, regarding the OMAFRA task force that I was sitting on, that they did have one meeting for, and OMAFRA's stance was, yeah, we got everything we needed out of that one meeting, and yet we still do not have any updates for any sort of updates for bunkhouse standards and whatnot. So that continues. I sent through effectively just about the timing of all of this, but getting back to this would be I'll find out what Gerald can offer to this. Any other comments on this? Okay, moving on.
Councillor Columbus has his hand up.
Sorry.
Yes.
You didn't see my hand.
I didn't
Dusty,
see it.
I've had a couple calls with respect to a note that offshore or migrant farm workers who live on these farms, that there's some kind of a issue with the isolation plan where the workers that would be isolated on the farm cannot be outside the bunkhouse. Have you seen or heard anything, or can you expand on what all that's about and where that order came?
There was communication sent out yesterday, Councillor, regarding if above and beyond, if your offshore workers or temporary foreign workers were having to be isolated during their quarantine at a hotel, they would not be able to go outside for that time. I don't know if we want to open up, if we want to go down that road right now per se, but I'm looking for some more. I hope to have some more information beyond that. On that same breath, Hayden and myself did reach out to Miss Heidi Van Dyke Ellis, to see if we can have a conversation with her just as a welcoming wagon. Haven't heard back, and I know it's a busy time, so I want to reach out to her again, see if we can chat. But that's what I know about the inability to go outside. And if you compare that to other people that are flying into Canada, we were looking on it here in the farm, and they do have the ability during their stay for breaks to go outside, have a cigarette, get some fresh air, etc. So there seems to be a bit of discrepancy between the information that just came out yesterday at, I believe, 11 o'clock from the health unit. Hayden.
Yeah, I can either forward that on, or I can read out what the change was if you want it, so that everybody's apprised.
Yeah, if you could read it, Hayden.
Yep. So this email is to inform you of the change in practice in regards to the use of outdoor spaces in hotels during isolation period. This is from the Norfolk Health Unit, Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit Environmental Health Team. Within a hotel, movement of individuals under isolation to outdoor areas increases the risk of transmission of COVID-19 to other persons staying at the hotel. With the presence of new coronavirus variants of concern in our community, we have to be even more vigilant. In cases where isolation unit is a hotel, outdoor areas will not be permitted.
Yeah. So just so, and I want to understand this correctly, this is, if someone can correct me, is this if this individual has tested positive for COVID and is using a hotel as an isolation unit, or is this upon arrival if a farm does not have enough quarantine facility and using a hotel? So if they're using a hotel, they can go outside, but if this individual has tested positive and using a hotel as an isolation unit, they cannot go outside. Is there two rules here? I mean, I think that's a question for the Board of Health, but if anybody can, any farmers or whatnot can spread light on this or shed light on this. Mr. Ryder?
Yeah, I read it, excuse me, I read it as even if they're negative tests and they're doing their 14 days off farm on a motel, they are not allowed to go outside. I'm not reading anything about positive or isolation. I'm just reading it straight cut that if they're in your bunkhouse and they can go outside, if the operation has guys isolating in a town, in a motel, they are not able to access outside. I believe the federal regulations state it's up to an hour they can leave their room a day. I don't know if this is just a Norfolk, if we're the only county that has that rule in play, or if it's standard across Ontario. But I don't read anything to do with positive or negative. I just read that if they're isolating off farm in a motel, they are not able to leave the room.
Right.
That's the way I understood the email yesterday.
Right. And I think that's the way a lot of us are reading that. Yeah, and comparing it to the hotel stopovers from the feds, physical separation between regular clients and travelers, including elevators, staircase, and separate floors, one way for entry and one way for exit, and specifically process for travelers is essential and short outside time, example for smoke breaks, that minimizes contacts with others, that includes physical distancing. Yeah, so I would be interested, just as a producer, an employer and whatnot. I don't know if the board wants to do anything, if the Ag Advisory Board wants to do anything with this, but we can receive this as information. Thank you, Councillor, for bringing it up. But yeah, I guess we could ask if this is just a strictly Norfolk thing, or is this something that's being done across different health units? Mr. Dooney.
Who's our contact at the moment for the health unit and getting clarification on those points as a board?
Yeah, who is our is Heidi? Did Heidi did she get a new email? Mayor Chop?
Yeah, while you guys are on the call, I don't think that's a Norfolk centric thing. I'll confirm it while we're still on the meeting. I'll get back to you before the end.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's great. That's a good one to bring up. Future meeting times. I know when I step back in, sorry, Jason, I see your hand still up, sir.
No, sorry.
All good. Hayden?
Sorry.
Okay. No, all good. When I had to step away there for a second, I did come back and hearing about future meeting times. We're discussing either late March or first week of April. For everyone on the call, did that work for everyone? And then we'll do a doodle poll beyond that for the actual specific date. Seeing no opposed, I'll assume that that block of 10 days is works for everyone. And then we'll await the that meeting for the doodle poll. Okay, action items. You know, I have 3 screens and 3 just isn't enough here. Okay, perfect. On-farm, the first item being on-farm septic systems, where we sat last was June 2020. The CAO would chat with Councillor Columbus to create a communication strategy going forward. Where are we at with this, if I could, Councillor Columbus?
Can you just repeat that? I was doing something else, Dusty.
Sure. So for on-farm septic systems, in June 2020, the CAO will chat with Councillor Columbus to create a communication strategy going forward. I believe this is probably to deal with going into the Roma conference, or where are we at with that? I just want to make sure where and continuing that this is on the docket, especially during times when the feds and the province is working on bunkhouses.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I can tell you this was initiated in 2017, January, long time ago, and I have not had any communication with the CAO at this time, but I can make sure that going into the future that we do get together to find out where it's at.
Yeah.
It's probably going to take more than the CAO to move this forward, but it'll take some other staff as well.
Okay. Mr. Dooney?
Yeah, being we're in a new year, new season, we got lots of stuff that's sitting out there on the tracking season, tracking table that we'd like to move along a little quicker. I don't know what the best approach is on some of these items, but we seem to just talk about them every time we meet, and they kind of get lost, not through anybody's fault, but I think when I look at it, we've maybe got some blurred lines as to who's responsible for getting information put together. I know this one, for example, is just something that gets highlighted a lot. It's on the radar. It's been discussed at all levels, and it's just something that we need to keep a push on. I was wondering if we could task Councillor Columbus maybe with getting an update as to the communications from the CEO, where we're at with that, and who it's being tasked to, and what direction we're taking it.
Yes, I will have a discussion with Mr. Burgess on this.
Thank you, Councillor. Anita?
Thanks, Dusty. With the new board that we've got some new faces that are not familiar with the items that are on the tracking table. So I'm just requesting that each item, maybe you can quickly review what was the importance of on-farm septic systems and how does that relate to bunkhouses and things, and why is this even a request from the CAO? So if we could at each step, for the benefit of the new members, just give a little bit of background information before we move on to the next one.
For sure.
Thank you.
That's really. I will. So for the new members, we are in the AAB action tracking table. This is something that we started. Actually, got started a few years ago, and it's a great resource for both board members. For assigning tasks, but as well for the public to see what the AAB is working on currently. So the first item being on-farm septic systems is that which actually in November one of our it got updated and had a great discussion with Mayor Chop. The biggest thing is trying to understand where the limit is for bunkhouses and people per farm, and a lot of that is tied directly to the amount of waste and sewage that occurs, tied with that amount of people per farm. Now, a farm that is 10 acres, first off, we don't really have a definition of what a farm is, which begins the intricacies. Is a 10-acre farm with 10 acres of greenhouse on it could potentially be different. It could yield different economic benefit from a farm that's 1,000 acres. So you can't simply go by revenue. And then so right now I believe believe they have it at 50 acres, but a farm that is 10 acres can handle different amount of septic than a farm of 1,000. And so the what we were trying to do is get either A, definition, and B, the ability, as we're dealing with bunkers, to see can we a more, and how does directly with the 10,000 liters of that for their calculation for the max occupancy. I'm going to go off camera so I don't mute, so I don't glitch. Speaking with Fritz from the chief building official here for Norfolk County, and Mayor Chop connected myself, Hayden, and Anita in late March of last year. What was good is that if there was ever to be a reduction of people per farm with the increase of sinks and whatnot, if the feds come through and say, you know what, you need, instead of a sink per 4 people, 1 sink per 2, the amount of fix, which in essence for the formula increase per day. Actually, the formula holds as 250 regardless of the amount of fixtures. So that's one thing resolved. That in the building, the other alternative, where is this 10,000 liters a day come from? And a farm that is in a rural area, not near municipal drains and whatnot, should have the ability, in our mind, to either house more people, house more people on that farm, because it has the capacity for the to stick. Does anyone want to add on to that?
Dusty, I just wanted to mention that, so for the purposes of the tracking table, this is a provincial regulation, clarification on, and in to speak on that a couple of years ago. But again, and I don't remember the numbers, but limited capacity, or what the size of the land base is. So the request was kind of to the province of, could consideration be given to have some exemptions or some leeway for farms that have a large land base that could handle higher capacity.
Correct. Thank you. And that's the biggest thing, is that it is, like Anita said, it's a provincial building code, which, I mean, like you said, and how Councillor said, it's been going on to 2017 for not lack of effort. It's been brought up to Roma multiple times, and we just need to keep pounding this in an area that uses obviously a lot of bunkhouses. Any other comments on farm septic?
I guess the final thing, Dusty, that I might be recalling, hopefully correctly, is that not to say that you couldn't add additional, but then it's a whole bunch of environmental studies or something like that. So it becomes very complex, and with no regard to land base, the number of hectares.
So for Jacob, updating the action tracking table, Councillor Columbus, am I fair to say that that Councillor Columbus will follow up with the CAO, and in the same breath will determine both the communications, but also who should we be talking to? What is the letter? What are we looking forward to get this back onto someone's table? Am I fair to say that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will communicate with the CAO. The CAO at one time, to the new members, was quite actively involved in the business of the. That's why his name is here. And right. I guess over other things have come into play, and but I will contact him, and I'm sure he'll put a point person in charge to assist with getting the right answer down the road.
Okay, thank you, sir. maybe it's we could also, if we wanted to, invite Mr. Burgess to our next meeting if he wanted to talk about where he's at as well. That could be an option as well. It's something to consider. Okay, so road entrance permits. On October 20th, Jake will follow up with Mr. Godby for clarification. The synopsis of this. Anita, you're giving my brain an honest workout this morning, going through the tracking table. Okay, so road entrance permits was something that Councillor Columbus and I worked on back in 2019. This was as farms change, as machinery, as fields change as well. For additional road entrances was deemed borderline, pretty much essential to ways that to ensure at the same time that the drainage for the ditches would continue to flow. The right person or the right individuals were paying for the work, that it did not impede, cause flooding either on the roads or on farmers' farms, and that in the same breath that we don't. That was the.
Am I on? Is
Did
it frozen?
yeah? Did anyone else lose Dusty?
It's frozen
Yeah,
on my end.
but I'm just going to make I'll just make some additional comments on that road entrance permit. So not only are farmers finding that if they've got a large tract, they may enter a field on one part of the concession, but looking at they may on the far end of the so would additional for that, as well as may want an entry separate, say, where drive be for farm workers, large operations trucks out another way, or extra entrance. You able to jump in there until
We lost Dusty.
also trying to come back in?
Anita, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but could you maybe try turn off your video? It may help with the audio stream.
Maybe we should be discussing rural internet.
Hayden, are you still with us?
I think Hayden is muted right now.
Who else do we have on the call still? Councillor Columbus, you're still there?
Yes, I am. And I'd just like to hear from Jacob whether he followed up with Mr. Godby.
It's Anita. If anybody can hear me, there's an option to see who's on the call, and I don't even see Jacob on the call anymore.
I think Jacob is still there.
He's perhaps trying to fix things.
I'm showing we've got 10 people on the call currently.
That's what I have as well, Anita.
Ready.
So Dusty on. I don't think I see Jacob back in.
Hi, Hayden. Did you get back on? You were waiting in the room and I let you in. Seems as if we've lost everything.
I'm going to check if there's a phone number that we can just dial in into the call. One sec. There is an audio only number for anyone who has poor internet that might be hearing me. Looks like it's, well, I can send it in the chat. Give me a second, I'll send it. Well,
We see an email from Dusty. He said he asked if the meeting's still going on, and he wants to know if someone can let him in.
I've been trying to do that. They have 3 people in the waiting room, Dusty, Hayden, and Jason Ryder. And it says admitting, but it's just going in a circle. We've been 2 hours and 27 minutes in and it's recording, so I don't know if it's kind of loaded. Zvi, are you still there? Jason, are you hearing me?
Jacob, I see your face here. Is everybody on, or what's the story? Where are we going with this, Jacob?
I don't know.
I lost internet connection, so I had to restart my computer. So it's trying to let everyone in now.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, because you were the host.
All right, can you hear me?
Who's that?
Hello?
I can hear.
There we go. Do we still have quorum?
Jacob, you want to do a roll call?
I think everybody's in now. I think sorry, I got kicked off, but I think everybody is back now, it looks like.
Yes, that's correct. Everyone that was here prior is now back.
What happened? Did
my internet went down, and so I had to restart my computer.
Oh, okay, good deal. Felt like the Y2K bug was like 21 years late. Okay. Okay, so where we were at was road entrance permits and looking for a Jason Godby clarification. Is that correct? Jacob?
I believe that's correct. Again, I started having internet issues, so I'm not sure how far everyone got before I had to log off.
Well, let's just call it that. Looking for clarification on this, and the clarification specifically for the new members and as a refresher was getting this, I believe in writing that it would be a case-by-case program, and where are we at with that, Jacob?
I believe I sent something out a couple of months ago, sort of firming that up and updating from Jason Godby.
Perfect. So let's get this. I got an update. Oh yeah, that one is that's for Road 45.
Jacob, can you please send that to the full board of directors again? What that latest update is, so the new members are aware of it.
Yeah, I'll have to look back and try and find it. Yeah.
So yeah, so we do have. Okay. Yes.
Dusty, it's Hayden. That correspondence that Jacob's got from Mr. Goodby, does that go on record somewhere? And
yeah,
I guess how does it get if something comes up in the future where that agreement's not being followed? How does that get discussed at that point, or how does it get highlighted?
With what specifically, Hayden?
With the road entrance permit, the gentleman's agreement there that's in writing.
Oh yeah.
Is that just something that the Ag Advisory Board knows about and then just kind of disappears, or does it get attached to the bylaw, or how does that work?
So I'm looking here. Okay, so discussing the meetings. Norfolk County recognizes the concerns of the ag community as relates to the installation of farm entrances. Despite Schedule B, Bylaw 26-32, it has been Norfolk County's practice to meet with farm owners to discuss the installation of multiple farm entrances in order to ensure that the needs of the ag community and their operations are adequately met, while ensuring that any entrance as installed
will be in a location that will not compromise the safety of those utilizing these entrances or those traveling the county's roadways. It is my understanding that there has been a successful cooperation and collaboration between numerous property owners and county's roads departments in order to achieve solutions that are mutually beneficial to all parties involved. These decisions are at the discretion of the General Manager of Public Works or the designate. Norfolk County is committed to continuing this process in the future. Staff intends to bring forward a review and update to this bylaw in the near future, should the AAB have any information they can concerns. So that's from Jason Godby. But beyond that, do I have anything more? Jason, you're off. Okay, so Jacob, you did send Mr. Godby an email on October 27th, and I never saw anything back from him.
Just let me check here, Dusty. I'll see if I did receive anything.
Thank you.
So I guess it's one of those things that we've got great information on, but really needs to be documented for the agricultural public, because as a board, we may know about this, but unless it's communicated or documented somewhere else, it's really not gonna, it could come and go.
Yeah, for sure. So I'd like to get Mr. Godby's final comments on that and see what we need to do, yeah, to let the greater public know. Any more comments on this while I wait for Jacob to look through his email? Or Jacob, do you have something back?
Nothing yet. No, I've had to fire up everything on my computer again.
Okay. All right. For the sake of time, I'm going to be moving on. Is there any discussion more for road entrance permits from new members and or other members? We've been talking about this for a bit. It just makes sense. Just trying to make sure there's a policy in place to add correctly more road entrances if need be. So the importing of soil to Norfolk County, we did address that in the agenda. So we need to have an update. And I see here on the right-hand side, there's a comment on the status for staff will approach Nick Kay from TDAB to meet with AAB in the next few weeks. Now, Nick Kinko was part of our last meeting in December. So that's great to have him there. And that's a reminder to myself to ensure that Nick is included in our next meeting for late March, early April. Nick's a great resource to have. I'm saying it publicly so I don't forget, but also to make sure he gets an invite. This is effectively directly what Anita and what we were talking about, adopting something similar to what Haldeman County has put in place. Any other comments on this?
Yeah, I think we just need to update that chart that Jacob did circulate Haldeman's bylaws in December. So just update that we have something further done in December.
Yep, perfect. And that we are taking that information and getting it to staff, to the relevant staff, so they're aware of this bylaw. Okay.
So Jacob may be busy at this time, but as long as he gets that message, if he's the one that's updating that chart.
Yeah. Normally when I'm talking about the tracking table, everything I'm pretty much saying is quasi directly to Jacob. I have been adamant sending emails under a monthly frequency, almost 3 weeks, to Toby's office to try to get a letter of support for this. Now I realize I went into the Christmas season with Queen's Park taking their Christmas break, but I still haven't received any correspondence yet back regarding a letter of support for lot relocations, and trying to understand Toby's and the MPP's stance against lot relocation. So I will continue to do so, and hopefully now that everyone's back in session and whatnot, and seeing Toby posting photos on Facebook that he is rocking and rolling again, that we can get some answer for a letter of support for lot relocation from the MPP's office.
And Dusty, can you provide just a quick half-minute summary of what a lot relocation involves and why we have that in mind?
Yep. So effectively, up at Queen's Park, they took a giant paintbrush and they rolled over all of Norfolk County, considering it all prime agricultural land. But farm owners and landowners and whatnot know that not to be the exact case. And one of agriculture's mandate for here in Ontario and beyond is to keep, prime ag land as prime ag land, which is of course a prerogative, but as well to utilize lesser than farmers are have the due diligence to also understand that there are parts of the farm that are of marginal agricultural use and production, and farms modernization changes. And there's a lot of situations with, as farms grow larger, etc., that current lot positionings on a parcel of property, they should have the ability to move with grounds of reason and cause to move a parcel of property, a severed lot, to a different part of the farm to both ensure farming practices are maintained, that production can continue, and that all parts of the farm are used. And as well, it's also a farmer's right and a landowner's right, if they so choose, to sever a piece of property. Now that goes down a different road, but for a lot to be relocated. This is something personally to within the same civic address. We're not talking about relocating a piece of property to the other side. If I own a farm in Simcoe, on the other side of Simcoe, I can just take a lot that I own here in Cultus and throw it over there. That's not what we're trying to do, is within the same relative civic address to lesser use spots. There's another instance is when our house burned down, that parcel of property was a severed lot. And well, I mean, now you can't build a house there because building codes have changed, and you can't build a close physically that close to other buildings anymore, as barns and other things popped up. Here I am sitting on a piece of property that's worth a pretty penny. That is an asset, should be considered an asset, that I should have the right to put into a marginal part of my farm. So we're just trying to get clarification from Toby's office, because the main prerogative is maintaining the best high productivity land, making sure that stays in high productivity land, while also optimizing our lower productivity land of marginal use. How's that? That makes sense.
Dusty, there's only one other comment that I would mention, and it's you've done a great summary, a lot of different aspects. But this is an issue in Norfolk County because we have an extremely high number of undeveloped rural lots.
Correct. And those lots can be seen as either revenue creation, or obviously broadening our tax base and developing our county. So that's where we stand on that one. And I just, Jacob, I just got your email for Jason Godby looking to connect on that. So thank you regarding the road entrance permits. So I will stay diligent on trying to get a letter from Toby's office or some clarification, if it's not in the form of a letter, as to why they may not support a letter of support. So we'll see. New council primer. This has effectively changed to effectively coming almost like an ag year in review and an agriculture year ahead in form of a presentation / deputation, as suggested by Mayor Chop. Now that we've had this meeting, I will get on it now that the year is upon us, so we can get on the agendas, and that the budget deliberations, for the most part, I believe, are complete. We can get on with effectively, for the new members, this is a presentation that we want to give just for the public and for council, for where does agriculture stand in Norfolk County, where are the issues, innovative crops coming, what are some stressors, what's happening in other counties and whatnot, and I'm going to try to fit that all in 10 minutes. So I'll look to be reaching out to a lot of you individually, because I know you sit on different boards, have different crops, and whatnot, to ensure that this is a full scope of agriculture in Norfolk. Any other comments on this one? So Jacob, if you want to update this, being that Dusty, and I might task Mr. Dooney as well to begin compiling the presentation and reaching out to different members of the ag community for input.
I will do.
Thanks, sir.
Will do, Dusty.
Perfect, thank you. All right, Norfolk County Road 45 bridge. Mark Wall is probably privy to this bridge, the Old Bailey Bridge. This is a bridge now that's been out for, oh boy, 3 years now, as a major, of course, for farmers and people that use it as a communication or transportation road. People who own farms on both sides. Then ran into a situation 2 springs ago when there was a washout on the McDowell, and it caused a lot of commotion. If I could, and what we're trying to do is move forward on a program to get a bridge back that would be a single lane bridge with wide enough shoulders to accommodate modern agricultural machinery. We're not talking about driving a combine with its head on across it, but at least being able to get tractors with an implement across it. Now watching and listening to the last council and committees and councils and budget discussions, I do understand that a lot of projects were taken off of the books. So this is a question for Mayor Chop and Councillor Columbus. We're taken off of the books so that we could kick the can down the road, but to get some books squared up. Might I ask, is the Norfolk County Road 45 bridge one of those projects, or was it removed off the books as we were waiting for a ruling from MOE?
Dusty, Mike here. And I just spoke with Public Works this morning. They have informed me that this will be coming to a council and committee meeting for a decision, likely right in the near future. So that is good news.
That's exciting. And so have we cleared up that this is, in fact, on our last meeting with the CAO, Jake was to reach out to the CAO to receive an update. I guess this will be considered an update. But back in November, one of the issues was Norfolk County was confused as to who was responsible for making the first step into action, whether it was the province or whether it was Norfolk County. So I'm assuming if what you're saying, Councillor Columbus, that Norfolk County is now making the first step to move forward on this.
Just to bring the board up to date and the new members, this was it's been in the works for quite some time, and there was a proposal put together by the previous council before this one was elected to design and engineer a 2-lane bridge, and it went to a council, and it was, I guess, turned down it was appealed to the Ministry of Environment is who it was appealed to. And there were 3 submissions of persons that did appeal. And now the Ontario government, Ministry of Environment's come out with where they've kind of disallowed all those appeals. And it is now up to our council to make a decision.
Fantastic. Thank you, Councillor, for that back information as well. Okay, well then.
Dusty, comment? It's Mayor Chop.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so no, the bridge was not. That was already included previously in our capital budget from last year. There was 1.8 million for it. We actually did not defer many projects, contrary to what you said, because at the end of the day, the county is going to have legally a capital asset management plan in place in the next couple of years, and you have to have a plan to replace all of those assets. And so by kicking the can down the road anymore is not going to work, because you're still going to have that same requirement that's been put into that capital asset management plan. So I just want to correct that for the record. That was not the approach that was taken. In fact, our CAO specifically advised against using that as a technique to lower the rate. One of the things, so there's 1.8 million that has been included for the bridge, I believe, off the top of my head. I think one of the challenges that is going to be is, again, like you said, we won't be able to get a combine over the bridge. But I'm not sure with the width that the Agricultural Advisory Board had given, whether or not they can do that in a single lane. But I think you can certainly go on. Iron Bridge is one of the manufacturers. There's 3 dominant manufacturers of prefab bridges that you know, you can kind of see what a single lane bridge width is, and whether that will be, you know, sufficient for you guys. I would like to move ahead with the bridge as well this year, as opposed to delaying it another year. But, you know, again, it's going to be a matter of whether or not we can appease you guys with the width. But when you look at it, you know, we are trying to save money in Norfolk County. I have concerns if you do go and you put a 2-lane bridge there, as had been previously presented. I think you've seen the characteristics of that road, the slopes, the lack of shoulders, et cetera, et cetera. Not only are you driving up the cost of the bridge, but you're likely going to have future road work that's going to need to take place along there as well. And, you know, it's funny when I look around in other municipalities, I ask somebody, I said, is there, like, how many gravel roads are there actually that are left in Norfolk County? And that's a little bit of our infrastructure challenges that we have here. You know, it was always, you know, pave every road, double lane bridges. And on some of these country roads, I mean, we just don't, you know, you guys had an 8.5% tax increase last year, you know, without having to borrow the money and so on. This year, you're still looking at over 4% increase. Effectively, the levy, despite all of the cuts, has actually gone up over 25% since this council was elected. So, or I'd have to pull that number, but close to 25% since this council was elected. So, you know, I think it's deciding, you know, yes, you might not be able to get a combine or, you know, a big sprayer or something over the bridge. Is that sufficient for the Agricultural Advisory Board, or should the taxpayers see an even greater increase to accommodate a few individuals? You know, I think that's ultimately going to be the decision, whether or not the width is going to be sufficient for you guys for us to move forward.
Yep. Thank you for your comments. And yeah, we will. So I'm excited to see, I guess, Councillor, so when would we know when it would be on the agenda? Just follow suit, or because I'd be interested to see what staff is bringing forward.
Mr. Chair, I did not get a date. All it said was it'll be coming to a council and committee meeting in the near future. Okay.
And this would be a staff recommendation. Is that how it would be coming forward, or what would council be seeing?
I think I haven't spoken to anybody for quite a while, but I have been receiving a lot of calls from the farmers in that area. But I think staff is going to be out putting out a few options. I think that's the way it'll come to count.
Okay, thank you.
if I may, Dusty, and it's not so much that you know, we've already reconsidered this as a decision, and there's only one reconsideration within the term of council. I think a little bit of the discussion is kind of, you know, we've never done this before in Norfolk County, so a little bit is discussion, I think, with council as to the process, you know, to engage, you know, whether we're going to do a design build, you know, RFP or exactly how that will work.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the bridge, Jacob? So if I could ask you, Jacob, because I know you're in the office for the agenda and whatnot. If you could either send out a blurb, I'll follow as well, or as you see staff being on for the agenda for this item, could you just let me know by chance? And then for the update for the bridge, for the tracking tables perspective, I guess that's the update on itself. Is we'll wait to see the staff report and how council receives it.
Yes,
on
sir.
The upcoming. Thank you. Any other comments on the Norfolk County Road 45 bridge?
Yeah, Dusty, just I think it's the agricultural community has a responsibility here to do their own research. So what is it, and the grain farmers are probably the ones to address this, but what is the biggest wheelbase or the biggest width once, you know, say a disc is wings are folded up and things like that, or a combine with the head removed, pulling it behind or whatever? We need to have one opportunity to say, in today's agricultural standards, this is what we would require to get through. And I think, you know, someone should be doing that research and saying, please consider this width, instead of saying, you know, we want something to allow an agricultural implement to come through. What is that number, so that when county is considering it, they can go, okay, we've got our farmers covered because we can make this work for both. But I think that's our responsibility to provide that number.
Anita, we have supplied that number already. Staff, and we supplied that number at 30 feet. And that's probably the number that is causing some stress for, I mean, I'm looking up simply, is that a single one lane bridge roadway should be at least 14 feet wide. If it's wider than 16 foot, it can be used as a one lane bridge, but they must post signs that identify it as a one-way bridge if you're going to have larger shoulders on the side. So we have supplied the ask, and the ask for 30 feet is coming from width of combines. Now maybe a combine is you know, using that road not that often, so we could see you know, having the discussion about, well, maybe you can't put a combine down there, but let's talk about maybe just, you know, your tractors and a wide sprayer, which should maybe bring that number down. But we have already supplied that number, and I'm willing to take in more information to send it through to staff if anyone has an alternative number that would appease the most amount of people.
Thanks, Dusty. I just don't like making random decisions. I just like to see justification for numbers. So if some justification, like you suggested, a combine is going to be the largest or the widest, just some justification so that we can keep the most people happy.
For sure, Anita. No, we see eye to eye on there. Any other comments? If anyone, for, like, I know for my implements, mine aren't overly large because of the nature of the type of farming that we do. But I'm willing to take in any information that you guys can send in, that we can send in to staff before their meeting. I'm happy to, and then include Councillor Columbus on that as well, and the mayor, and so all council is aware. Going on to the AAB questionnaire, Jacob, we can take this off. We can take this off because this was circulated and the responses were sent.
Yeah, I just realized that. I was just deleting it, actually.
All good. That's great. For the new members, the AAB questionnaire was something that Member Trish Fournier and Hayden Dooney really spearheaded in cooperation with Chris Garwood, Mr. Garwood, and Zvi regarding trying to understand and take in. It was ended up being a very comprehensive information package that was sent on to not only council with council's approval and for them to see, as also the Board of Health and as well to different parties across the country and federally and provincially, taking in situations regarding bunkhouses, regarding on-farm practices with COVID, and trying to send through questions up to the health unit. So in case there was any questions or gaps that they were experiencing or didn't maybe know what to think, didn't know were issues or concerns, these forwarded them in a very concise way with a lot of information sent through. And if anybody's interested in that, I'm sure we could get that out to you as well, or if you've already seen it. But and if you took part in that program, thank you. The tree bylaw, we discussed that with our presentations earlier today, and now we effectively can update it with our motion that was passed, that is sending the direction in a new direction by using a third party. Any questions on this? And that third party being Jack Winkler. Okay. And then lastly, the Climate Change Committee. Jacob, has the Climate Change Committee met since our last meeting?
I actually just set up a meeting for them on Teams. They are having, I believe, their first meeting of the year tomorrow. So I will attach their minutes to our next agenda.
Perfect, thank you. And for the new members, we swap meeting minutes and agendas with the meeting minutes with the Climate Change Committee and ourselves, so that we're aware what sort of they're discussing, if they're privy to different information that they're receiving through other boards that they may or may not sit on, and so that they're aware what we're tackling that might be privy for cooperation or greater discussion. Anything else regarding the tracking table? Okay. Item G. Hi, Zvi.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So I don't have any more comments in regards to, or any comments in regards to the tracking table. I do wonder if I could have 5 minutes to just talk about some economic development connections under, just under other business.
Yes, absolutely. If you know what, if you want to go now, and then I don't know what AODA compliance forms are, but we'll talk about that after you.
Sure, thanks so much. So over the last little while, we've started working on a number of strategic initiatives. There's one that I have a request for that's specific, and then just some general questions. So the specific one, in December, we passed the economic recovery plan that includes a number of grant programs. And one of those grant programs is related to agriculture. And we're putting together a subcommittee that will start talking about what those grant programs would look like. And I wanted to know, excuse me, if anyone in the economic recovery or if anyone in the AAB would be willing to participate in that subcommittee to talk about the grant programs. So if I am a little bit more,
unfortunately, but yeah.
Sorry, so just a little bit more context. So the economic recovery plan that was passed by council in December has a large number of initiatives under it. One of the sections specifically, that's called Recover Norfolk, has 4 grant programs within it. Those 4 grant programs are targeting various industries, and one of those industries is the agriculture industry. So we're looking to put together a grant program that we don't exactly know what it will look like. We don't exactly know what it will contain in terms of requirements or criteria, but we are putting together a subcommittee that will help us staff determine what the 4 grant programs will look like. And we're looking for somebody within each of those areas with domain expertise to help us say, you know, this is important, this would be viable, this is what a grant program for this industry would look like. And so I'm just looking for participation or some kind of support for that, for creating that framework and structure.
What is your timelines, V? When are you looking to put this subcommittee together?
So the subcommittee already hasn't met yet. I'm just I'm trying to gather some members right now. I think that it's not a large time commitment. We're probably looking at 2-3 meetings. This is not a subcommittee that will be ongoing. It's basically maybe 2-3 meetings to bring the stakeholders together, talk about the amounts of the grants, talk about what the framework will look like, how do we accept applications, how do we evaluate applications, what is important. And so 2-3 meetings, probably starting in, let's say, mid-March for the first meeting, and then maybe every couple of weeks for, as I said, 2-3 meetings. And then we'll hand that back over to the Economic Recovery Task Force that will actually lead the implementation.
I'll put my name in the hat, Dusty, here.
Great.
But I'm more than if another member wants to join, but I'll sit on it if fellows.
Thank
Dusty,
you.
Mike here. Dusty, can I ask V how many dollars are available for the agricultural sector?
Yeah, so we don't have a council, we don't have a specific amount yet. What we have done is, as you know, council allocated $250,000 for the entire economic recovery plan. There are some parts of the plan that we've started implementing that have very specific dollars allocated to it. For the grant programs, we had not allocated a specific amount to the 4 sectors, and that's part of what will be determined by this subcommittee. We're thinking, and this is really just off the top of my head, but we're probably looking at for the ag industry somewhere in the area of like $30,000, maybe $40,000. These are not huge sums of money, but we are looking at what can we do with that money to implement things that will benefit multiple farmers. Same with the other grant programs, the downtown one, the arts and culture one. What can we do with that money? How can we create a program that will, create a catalytic impact across the industry?
And when does on the back end, V, is there any sort of timeline that you're working with to have this framework put together so that the economic recovery team can work with it?
Well, really, as soon as possible. We've started implementing of all parts of the plan. There's 4 parts, and this part, as I said, called Recover Norfolk, we would like to get started right away. So really, it will be up to kind of the task force, but the faster the task force can get that framework and feedback from the sector's representatives, the faster it can move forward.
Okay.
Great. So thank you for that. And the other piece, as I said, is more general. So there's a number of things that economic development has been working on that I think include opportunities for stronger collaboration between the industry and economic development. So I'm just wondering if there might be an opportunity for us to come forward and present some of these other programs, some of these strategic initiatives that we have underway that may, as I said, just include opportunities for closer collaboration between ECDEV and AAB.
Yeah, I think the more collaboration, the better.
Yeah, absolutely. So my request would just be if it's okay on the next agenda or maybe the next couple of agendas that we bring forward items, presentations, and have a discussion about some of these items.
Yep.
Yeah.
We can. if I could leave that to the discretion of yourself and Jacob for just for the sake of keeping the meetings concise and within a good time parameter, and for what would you deem essential or interesting or relevant, by all means.
Perfect. Yeah, that's great. And I've just seen being here for a couple of months now, seeing the kind of work that this board does is very focused on specific challenges. The reason I brought this forward is I'd like to have kind of just a broader conversation of where we economic development might be able to assist more broadly, more strategically looking forward. What are the things that we can do? And also, as I said, there's a bunch of programs that are underway, and we're just looking for ways to plug in the advisory boards, including TDAB and AAB. So thank you for that.
Anything else, V?
No, thank you. Appreciate the time.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. Okay, I think I'm going to send it back to Jacob for the AODA compliance forms.
Yes, thanks, Dusty. So all our new members need to complete our AODA compliance forms. And I believe I've been collecting them from a couple of different boards, but I believe Jason and Mark have done so. And Sandy and I just had a bit of a mix up with emails. So if she could just complete that and send that to me, I believe that's all we need. Technically, they need to be completed just to be part of the board. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay.
I will do that.
Awesome. Thank you, Sandy. All right. Item 7, other business. Anything coming up that we haven't touched today by any of the members?
Just one small thing, Dusty, in following up on what Zvi just said in terms of some of the programs that are ongoing. We have the Digital Service Squad program, which is we have 2 squad members going around the community, and they are assisting businesses with their online presence, and it's open for all businesses. There is this misconception that it's just for Main Street businesses downtown. That was way back when. So if they are members in the agricultural community in that industry that would like some assistance in reviewing whether it's their social media platforms or their websites, etc., that service is ongoing. It closes the end of March. It's free for all Norfolk County businesses.
Chris, thank you for that. Now, is this website creation, or is this assistance? And these are certain items that we're seeing success. Where, like, how far is this team going with assisting?
Okay, so there are different programs. This team will help you to formulate or have a discussion with you about the website, and then there's another team, under the same Digital Main Street program, which is the transformation team. The transformation team, they would make a referral to them, and they would sit with the business owner for 6 months and work out with them the creation of the website. So our program is just the initial assessment part, and then they will refer the businesses, whether it's to the shop here, the transformation, and so on. There's a number of different programs that are government funded, and some have been extended, and I think that our businesses should take advantage of everything that's out there and being offered.
Outstanding. And okay, that's great. And they get in touch with you specifically about getting either getting a booking or getting in touch?
Yeah, so they can just email digitalmainstreet@norfolkcounty.ca, and within the same day, within the 8 hours, you will get a response from them, and they can set up a virtual meeting or a physical meeting. It's whatever your preference is, but they'll get back to you within the day.
That's excellent. That's great. Great work, guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other business arising? So we will wait for the quite a bit of stuff moving on, which is great. We'll wait from either both Z and Jacob for our next meeting date. And beyond that,
Sorry, Dusty, I did have my hand up there. I had a couple items before you, if that's okay.
I'm on my phone. I can't see anything. Please.
No,
yep.
no, so the first one, did you talk about Rogers? I jumped off the call to speak to Shankar about the other issue, and I'm not sure whether you got into the internet proposal.
Oh, okay. No, I did not. So this would be if the members of the Ag Advisory Board for a point of discussion would be interested in where we would stand on sending a letter of support for the application that Norfolk County is collaboratively working on with Rogers to bring to bring internet to the homes across Norfolk County. And this would be in addition to the application, so that just adding more meat to that figurative bone part of that application. Is there any discussion on this and the Ag Advisory Board offering its support?
Could I just provide a little bit of background here? I just want to correct something there, Dusty. It's not that we're working collaboratively with Roger. We have really nothing to do with this, to be honest. Okay. So just so everybody is clear, under the SWIFT program, some money was put up from the municipalities that were members of the Western Wardens Caucus and were going to participate in SWIFT. That was the first phase of the SWIFT project. So the SWIFT project, so everyone is aware, was based on a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 funding model. That was 1/3 from the ISP providers, 1/3 from the federal government, 1/3 from the provincial government. And so when these ISP providers went and bid on projects, the way that they won that RFP was how many homes, and Norfolk County was not involved, other than Councillor Michelle sits as a board member on SWIFT. But we weren't designing the terms of reference for this. We didn't have input to say, well, we'd like the internet to go to this area and we'd like it to go to that area. One of the main criterion that they used was how many homes would they be able to, underserved homes, would they be able to reach? So unfortunately, one of the challenges under that project is what we saw, where there's gaps, where people say, well, it drove right, they ran the line past my hamlet, they ran the line past my farm, they didn't stop, why there's all these blank spots in it. But again, the metrics that they had to use was the ISP provider said, for this much money, we can do X number of homes. How Rogers ended up winning the Waterford contract was because they actually didn't, they put in more money than the 1/3 contribution that was required. They wanted that job so badly. So as a result, we actually were able to use that excess money then and be able to get a fourth project going. In the second phase of SWIFT that is coming forward, it's a little bit different. They're trying to target even more rural areas where, and again, people have to understand, they say, well, Rogers is a multi-million-dollar corporation and they're making all this money. I'm sure you guys are all aware. If there was a business case to run fiber to across the countryside, these guys would have already done it. But you can pay your bill every month for the next 50 years, and it's not going to go and pay for that cost of actually having to run that fiber, which is why the province and the federal government are the ones that are largely funding these programs. So under the UBF fund, originally it was going to be $1 million, and they actually increased it in the face of COVID to $1.75 million, recognizing the need for rural and remote internet. So, just to clear up some of the misconceptions that are out there, well, local internet, providers, how come we didn't go to local? Again, we don't put forward the applications. So yes, Quick did put an application forward. It is for a couple of, very small pockets in the county. What happened just before the closing date, and this isn't a matter of when Rogers fills out an application, it's not a matter of, well, I'm going to fill out an application form and submit it to the government. I'm sure there were months and significant costs that went into drafting this application to be competitive for them to try to be awarded this contract. But one of the requirements under the UBF fund was that they do have a letter of support from the municipality. So when we heard what Rogers was looking at doing, this wasn't a pocket. This was them saying, listen, it is our understanding that you have 9,100 unserviced homes in Norfolk County, and unserviced being less than 50 megabytes or greater. It is our application to submit to the federal government under the UBF fund to be able to bring fiber to every single one of those unserviced homes. And they provided a map, basically, you know, showing the coverage of Norfolk County. And you would laugh when you eventually see the map because it's literally covering the entire county. Would be to run that directly to the door of your home, because also in many of these situations, fiber will get run down the road and then you'll be responsible for running the cost up the laneway, which is also quite significant. So it is to run service to at least 9,100 unserviced homes in Norfolk County, and running it right to the door. The one thing that you need to understand is that when an ISP provider receives provincial and federal funding under these programs, they don't own the cable. So yes, this is just to lay the cable. It's not that Rogers is going to be the only provider. It is an open source cable that any ISP provider afterwards can go and use. So the job is strictly to lay the cable. The deal behind the $1 million, so to participate in SWIFT 2.0, again, that is not covering the whole county. That is just covering some additional areas. I have been told that initially they're looking at a contribution from us of about 2.7 million. And that's how they're trying to lobby, you know, the province and the feds of saying, we'll kick in so much, and then you guys kick in so much, and then the ISP provider kicks in so much. So this proposal under the UBF fund from Rogers far surpasses any of that. And you know, it was about putting our best foot forward and how can we be as competitive as humanly possible to be able to win, you know, this award, because it is so substantial, and you know, really would address all of the lack of connectivity problems across the county. So, you know, we did Zvi drafted actually an amazing letter to of support for Rogers. We put a lot of additional information in there. I think one of the biggest selling features, when I look at our sort of, you know, how we're going to rate against all the other municipalities across the country that are applying for this, is how, you know, heavily dependent the agricultural industry is anymore on technology, and how this really could serve to better the ag industry. I mean, we all kind of chuckled as well, even looking at when they wanted internet being provided for all of the migrant workers in the bunkhouses, and you know how unrealistic that is on many of the farms. So I think it's information like that that really could separate us apart from perhaps another municipality that isn't, you know, that, you know, is using internet for their home-based operations, but that doesn't have that, you know, that we have such a significant industry that is based in a rural area, that I think it would be key for the Ag Advisory Board to provide their own letter of support to the application.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Thank you for that insight, Mayor. And yeah, thank you for the correction on how exactly the process is. Any questions from the board regarding this and this potential support, or letter of support, I should say?
Mike here. I think time is of the essence here. So I think if we were just given direction to you, Dusty, to compose a letter, perhaps in cooperation with Zvi, and move it through the system as soon as possible, would probably be the best way forward.
Yep.
If I could add, Dusty, when you're doing the letter, just to be creative, like I would maybe throw some pictures in there even of our agricultural operations and just show, you know, how sophisticated they are and some of the technology that you guys use.
Yep, for sure. No, absolutely. Can add that in and show just in the same day. We have so much sophistication. But standing in my greenhouse this morning, it took me over 40 minutes to send a simple photo to one of my suppliers. Ridiculous. Yeah, for sure. Well, and so do we have any members in opposition of this letter of support and me writing it? Before I send it through, of course, it would be sent through, and then you would have another opportunity at that point as well to continue to offer more input, understanding the time sensitivity, and also your opposition. But before I start drafting this letter, any issues or opposition?
It's Anita. I just want to make a couple of comments. I want to thank the mayor for doing an excellent job of that summary. The details you provided, that was a great opportunity for us to hear how that might impact our lives. Dusty, I think you writing a letter is going to be great. The suggestion that you write it and maybe send it out or have Jacob send it out is going to be a benefit, because we've already been this road once before where maybe some members didn't feel that it represented everybody. So I think if you can write something sooner than later, love the idea of pictures, because agricultural has changed so much, and there are a lot of people in government that don't understand what we lack in the ability to operate. So I fully support this, and hopefully we won't need a motion, but I appreciate the suggestion of you sending it out to the board for review and comment, but with a short timeline, because I agree this needs to be done quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with that prior letter as well, we did pretty much go through that same process. We wrote the letter to start, and then offered the opportunity for comment, and we will do the same exact. Write the letter, and then have opportunity for input and comment and whatnot. So thank you for your support, Anita. And Zvi, so it sounds like we will work together on this and making sure it hits the points to compel the program. Now, could I as well, I'll ask that same question again. What is our timeline? Are you looking to have this by end of week or end of day?
So I'll jump in there, Justy. Originally, the timeline was February the 15th, I believe, was the closing, which was why we had expedited it for that council meeting. Right. And then at the very last minute, the federal government extended the close, and I believe it's now March 15th is when they need everything submitted.
Well, then I will plan to have something by end of this week to send to Jacob, to send to the council for them to consider. So to get it to you, does that work for you?
Yeah, that's great. And then the other thing is we might come knocking on your door again, because I really think, this is just something we need to drop the negativity on this issue. And as a community need to rally together. And I don't know if you guys ever followed Councillor Michelli and his sandwich internet analogy. It's just so funny. So for him, it's, he's describing internet during the election campaign of living in a rural area and how he's got time. He, puts in a website and he's got time to stand up and go make himself a sandwich and come and sit back down. Why he calls it sandwich internet. But I think there's an opportunity for us even to get together and put out kind of a promotional video once the application period closes, obviously, but trying to highlight again those agricultural operations in Norfolk County and make sure that gets into the hands of the feds as well and those that are making that decision.
Okay. Yep, for sure. I like it.
I have two more as well once you're done with the letter.
Yep. Okay. So Zvi, I'll reach out to you. And I'll put some words together, some photos, and then we'll look to format it cleanly, and then we'll get it off to the board. We'll aim for the 26th, Friday the 26th. that's all for that one. And thank you for everyone's cooperation and support. Mayor Chop.
Did you want the good news or the bad news first?
You know what? Let's do bad.
Okay, so the bad news is I spoke with Shanker, and I wish I had something different to tell you, but that is a Norfolk County rule and not a federal rule. His arguments are that there are, of course, the federal government leaves it to the health districts to be able to manage that quarantine program. Apparently, there is concern with new variants and so on and so forth, and that under the federal rules, Shanker regards it that you are not to leave your residence, and so in the context of a hotel, that is a smaller, that area is being defined than if you are staying in a bunkhouse. I'm not sure that I agree with that, but again, I just tried talking to him, and there seems to be an unwillingness to move. So it looks, as it stands right now, that that is in fact the rule here in Norfolk County, and again, that's coming from our medical officer of health.
Madam Mayor, Mike here. That does not include on-farm housing in a bunkhouse, though.
No, that's correct, Councilor Columbus. The question was just, it's on-farm housing is different, again, because Shanker said he views, a person is allowed to go into their backyard when they're isolating at their residence. So their residence includes all of that space. I guess there is concern at the hotels now because you have people staying at the hotels that aren't aren't quarantining, or maybe staying there because they are, COVID positive and they're doing their isolation period, and there's concern about interactions and so on. And so that space of what's defined as a residence is your room.
Thanks for clarifying that. All I got was interpreting it the wrong way. Thanks.
Is there any difference in why the seasonal agricultural worker is being treated than someone flying in and going to one of these hotels?
Well, I'm not sure with the hotels myself that are if they're allowing people to go and leave their rooms. I didn't think they were, but if you found that, Dusty, get me that information. And I mean, that's been the motto all along, is that they should be treated no differently than any other Canadian. So
yeah,
I'm happy to bring that forward with you too, Shanker, if you find that, if you find some information about that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we won't get into that today, but thank you for that clarification. And
the third,
what else?
The third piece I have was contacted by, her name is Andrea Weldon. Again, kind of like Rogers, I have no knowledge of, never met the girl before, but she is, I can't remember the name of the hotel group, but they own, hang on, let me just pull it up here. Got it? I just lost it. One sec, my apologies. She's part of the Westmont Hospitality Group, and so she's at their head office in London, and I guess they oversee the Comfort Inn in Brantford. And so she was involved. They are quarantining some workers already. Some hotel plans have them now. Most of the migrant worker plans have actually almost all, I think, already been approved. So I'm not sure how good this is at this point in time. But if there are still people that, as the season is going on, that are looking to quarantine, they have basically put together, an isolation plan, as well as a plan with, the cost of meals in the room at a discounted rate and so on. And so the idea being that, like we had talked about before, if Shanker approved, their proposal, that a farmer would be able to just go and everything's already planned out there, and they've got posted rates just for doing the quarantine program for the migrant workers. So what I had said to her was, you know, if Shanker did approve it, I would get you guys the information. Again, you can put it, you know, communicate it to your colleagues in the industry and stuff if you wanted, you know, as another option that's available to them.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And yeah, we can get that out with the circulation that Mr. Garwood puts out.
I will say I did also try to work on Shanker in terms of allowing 2 migrant workers to a hotel room as opposed to single rooms, given that, you know, I appreciate the science and the academic reasons behind, you know, it's your level of risk plus the other person's level of risk. And when you start getting into 20 people and more in a bunkhouse, you know, that does create an increased risk for individuals during the isolation period. But there has not been any movement on that, unfortunately.
Yeah, 14 days by yourself in a hotel room. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. Thank you for that. And so if they are to isolate outside of Norfolk County, they have to follow Norfolk County's hotel rules, just like you said, 1 person to a room. Mayor Chop, may I ask you this time as well, hearing rumors about some sort of updated policy about quarantining outside of Norfolk County and on a gap period before that person can become an employee at a Norfolk County farm. Do you know anything about this?
Do you mean in terms of the I'm not sure what you're talking about, in terms of the federal, that 3-day arriving to the country? That
No. If say a worker, I heard rumors that if someone is quarantining, doing their 14 days, say in another county, that they either cannot come to work in Norfolk County for 30 days. They cannot be transferred to a farm within Norfolk County within 30 days, or something to that effect.
I have not heard that, but I certainly make inquiries for you. I'll email Dusty, and you can get that back out to everyone. I'll get clarification. The only thing, other thing I have heard in terms of the testing is right now, obviously they're looking at doing a test at the airport on arrival, and there's also talks of the migrant workers being tested again on day 10. But my understanding is there is still a bunch of, I know Shanker's in regular communications with the feds, and there's still a bunch of pushback on that because I think they're asking that the migrant workers do administer the test themselves. And so, you know, I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to be as some in Ottawa might think it's going to be.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you for those updates. Any questions or comments from the board before we adjourn? Seeing none, can I get a motion for adjournment? I can't see anything.
Hayden, I think a couple of people still had their hand up. Sandy.
Okay, perfect. Good. Yeah. If you, I can't see anything. I'm just calling in.
Yep. So Sandy got her hand up.
I understand that. I'm on my phone as well. I was just wondering. I mean, we've already got guys booked in hotel rooms in Brantford, and they know that as part of our plan. So no one has told me that we won't be able to bring them in for 30 days. So
Sandy, that definitely would not be the case. 100%. When they approve the hotel quarantine plan and another municipality and the workers are coming here, that is their approval to quarantine for Norfolk County. That I can guarantee. I think the situation what Dusty was referring to was if they were working in another county and had done their quarantine and were working at another farm outside of Norfolk County and then were coming into this municipality.
That's correct.
but that's the whole deal with transfers and everything. That's pretty important information to have.
I understand, but I can say beyond a shadow of a doubt that if you're quarantining, your workers are arriving into the country and you're quarantining them at the hotel in Brantford, and when they're done their quarantine in Brantford, they're coming into Norfolk County. That is your hotel plan is approved by our health department. So there's no concern with that.
Let's hope so.
I can guarantee it.
If someone else has their hand up, I can't see anything.
Dusty, that was the only one. So if there's no other questions or comments, then I'd move that the meeting be adjourned.
Perfect. Thank you kindly. Thank you everyone for being here. Councilors, Mr. Garwood and Zvi, and Mayor Chop. And we've got some work to do for some letters, so the board can expect the draft letter by the end of the week. And we will go from there. Thank everyone for attending, and we will chat soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dusty.